It's Juneteenth, and it's a gorgeous day for baseball here at Black Hills Energy Stadium as the Sasquatch welcome the Zap for the second half of this home and home, and it all begins right here on the Spearfish Sasquatch YouTube channel. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the press box here at Black Hills Energy Stadium alongside Evan Epstein, who is the voice of the Oahe Zap, the play-by-play voice for the Zap. So glad to have you here on the broadcast and excited, looking forward to this first of three between these two teams.
Yeah, Ari, thanks for having me. I know you came on a couple nights back at Hyde Stadium, so good to be here in Spearfish.
Yeah, before we get too far into the game, I will point out it's a blue out here at the ballpark, so all the fans are wearing blue. I've, of course, got my blue outfit on, and even you with the Oahe Zap, we're still got the blue coordination, so we're still sticking with that blue theme. It's good to have all these theme nights here at the ballpark, but let's talk about the product here on the field. The Sasquatch and the Zap, both sort of opposite sides of the spectrum to begin this season. The Sasquatch 11-9, the Zap are 3-19 on an 11-game losing streak, but obviously every game's a new day of baseball. Any team can win on any given day. What are some of the keys for the Zap here in this game and also in this three-game series?
Yeah, so the Zap are going to have to get on the board early in the two games back at Hyde Stadium. The Zap not scoring until the 8th inning. Last night falling by a score of 7-5. You know, I talked to Coach Jamie Haberger after the game. He said he loved the fight that he saw in the boys out in the 8th inning. But if that comes earlier in the game, they have a much better chance of getting back into it. He also emphasized they've only played one complete game this year. What that means is having a full successful game on the mound and having the bats going all game, and he just hasn't seen it to this point. Now in the lineup tonight, Tyler Hoffman, Vince Polizzi, and Leandro Guevara, the three Oahe Zap hitters that are batting over 300. None of them were in the lineup last night, so a different look tonight for the Oahe Zap.
Yeah, certainly. You talk about the offensive numbers. Let's take a look at our off-the-wall stats and how these two teams have stacked up so far this season. Like you mentioned, the offense has maybe been there sometimes. The defense maybe not there the other nights. As we'll take a look at the numbers here, you see the batting average, 288 as a team for the Sasquatch, just 221 for the Zap. The runs per game almost close to double, 7.7 for the Sasquatch, 4.32 for the Zap, and then that last point, the ERA, 5.55 for the Sasquatch, 6.38 for the Zap. But the good thing for Oahe, looking forward to today, they've got one of their best arms on the mound, Nathan Palacios, looking for a big start out of him.
Yeah, Nathan Palacios making his fifth start of the year right now, holding a 2.7 ERA. A shaky last outing in Casper. He gave up 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He has just 6 earned runs on the entire season. He has been the rock in the Zap starting rotation, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get back on course here tonight.
Yeah, the Sasquatch will be throwing out one of their better arms as well, Cade Bleeker, who will look to continue his success. The Sasquatch as a team on the pitching side of things, their starters have fared much better. Their third, their fourth times outs for Bleeker. He's going to try to keep up that success. He's been one of their best arms. Looking to do it here today on this beautiful Juneteenth afternoon. Evan and I will have your whole game for you right here on the Spearfish Sasquatch YouTube, and when we come back, we'll have lineups, first pitch, and baseball here from Black Hills Energy Stadium. Stick around.
marks as our national anthem is played tonight and performed by the acoustic duo Against the Sea.
Oh, sea, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we at the twilight's last gleam,
whose heart steps and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched,
were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare,
the bombs bursting here and there,
came through the night.
yet our flag was still there.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome back to Black Hills Energy Stadium as we get set for baseball here between the Sasquatch and the Zap. The third time these teams are meeting over the last 3 days, and they'll have a few more after this. It's a 5-game series, home and home between these two teams. Let's take a look at the Zap starting lineup. Leading things off, it's the second baseman, Jackson Mix. Batting second, the third baseman, Aiden Johnson. Batting third, catcher, Leandro Guevara, a man to watch out for. And so is the man following him, Vince Palizzi, the third baseman. First baseman, he bats cleanup. Buck Snabs is the shortstop. He bats fifth. Tyler Hoffman's in left. He bats sixth. Will Calcaterra is the DH. He bats seventh. Mike Monham eighth. And Emiliano Curiel Montijo rounds out the order. He bats ninth. And Evan, that lineup's going to be taking on the starting pitcher for the Sasquatch, Cade Bleeker.
Yeah, Cade Bleeker, one of the best pitchers in the rotation for the Sasquatch. 6 games pitched so far this year. He's gone 23 innings, giving up 10 runs, just 8 of those earned, good for a 3.09 ERA, 14 strikeouts against 8 walks. You know, that is a key thing to watch here in the Independence League, has been strikeout to walk ratio for some pitchers. Bleeker's done well to this point as he looks to continue his good start to the season against the Zap tonight.
Well, it hasn't even just been Cade Bleeker who's been pitching well for the Sasquatch. Over their last 8 games, Sasquatch starting pitchers have gone 35 innings and they've allowed just 8 runs and only 6 of them earned over that stretch. That's a combined ERA of 1.54 for Sasquatch pitchers over the last 8 games. The team is 6-2 in that stretch, and really a big thing for Sasquatch pitchers that we've seen, and this is sort of a theme around the entire league, but obviously the first time out there, maybe some nerves, lack of innings in college, but as these guys have been out on the mound more and more, Cade Bleeker, one of those guys, he's just been getting himself more comfortable and leading the way for this pitching staff.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see this, as you mentioned, the start of the Zap order in Jackson Mix, Aiden Johnson, and Leandro Guevara. Guevara had the past 2 days off. He pinch hit last night in the 9th inning, a ground out over to second. And it's interesting, you see Guevara and Palizzi, they get extended time off, and they've been red hot at the plate. Can they pick up where they left off here for the Zap?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we touched on it in the open about the Zap and sort of their inability to play complete baseball games. You've got those guys right there in the middle of the order, these first, third, and fourth hitters, guys to look out for. But as a team, looking for that offense throughout, hoping they can get it here today, as it's the Sasquatch and the Zap. Sasquatch entering today 11-9, while the Zap 3-19. Sasquatch are coming off back-to-back wins against the Zap over the last 2 games in Pierre, and now return home for the first of 12 here at the stadium to finish off this month. First pitch from Bleeker is on the outside corner, and we are underway with strike 1. Jackson Mix, you take a look at what he's done so far this season. .242 batting average for the second baseman. Among the team leads in at-bats. In fact, he leads the team 66 at-bats. He's quickly behind here 0-2.
Yeah, Jackson Mix just a few days ago in Casper led off the game, a leadoff home run out towards right field. That was coming off of the 26-0 loss for the Zap, so getting the offense going on Sunday.
The 0-2 pitch is cut on and missed. Good start for Cade Bleeker as it's a 3-pitch strikeout to retire Jackson Mix to kick off this ballgame. Let's take a look at the Sasquatch defense behind Cade Bleeker. It'll be Patrick Rakes out in left, Micah Wallett in center, Javier Marcial in right. Infield third to first is Tate, Coleman, Bachman, and Finn. And behind the plate, it is Chance Green catching Cade Bleeker. First pitch to Aiden Johnson's upstairs. That's ball 1.
Johnson last night getting his first start of the season at short as Buck Snabs took a seat for the first time since May 31st.
Bleeker falls behind here 2-0. Johnson so far on the season, 9 for 43. That's a batting average of .209. Good on-base percentage, though, of .352 as he's been able to draw 9 walks on the season. Comes after him with the fastball and gets a swing and miss. Get back in the count here, 2-1. Bleeker effective with that fastball. That's one of his go-to pitches. Count goes to 3-1.
Yeah, Bleeker trying to work what looked like a curveball there off of the fastball. Perhaps a touch early on the release, missing high on Johnson.
3-1's popped up over our heads. Count goes full. Mentioned it's just a beautiful day at the ballpark. It's been beautiful all day. 71 degrees here on first pitch. Wind is blowing out. Looks like out to right field. The whip and the flag's out in left center field, but it is just a beautiful day at the ballpark. Happy Juneteenth to all of you. Hope you enjoyed your off day. And now some baseball. As the full count pitch sails upstairs, a walk to Aiden Johnson begins the offense for the Zap.
Well, Ari, you mentioned that the 10th walk of the season for Aiden Johnson, already a high on-base percentage at .352, improving from there. That brings up perhaps the most dangerous man in the Oahe Zap lineup in Leandro Guevara.
Yeah, Guevara certainly the guy to look out for on this Zap team, leading the way with a .389 batting average. It's been one of the more dangerous bats, not just on the Zap, but the entire Independence League. Drops in a breaking ball for strike 1 on Guevara. Guevara gets the start at catcher today. Aiden Johnson off of first. He's 1 for 1 in stolen bases this season. As again, the breaking ball seems to be the strategy on Guevara. He's ahead 0-2.
Yeah, it looks like Guevara was looking for a fastball on the first 2 pitches. He reads the spin, was taking all the way. Now 0-2 count. Let's see if he gets defensive here.
0-2 again, the breaking ball, and this is lifted into right center field. That's going to drop in right center. Racing after it's Javier Marcial. It kicks off the wall. Johnson around third. He's going to be waved home. Throw comes into Bachman. The relay to third, and Guevara is in safely. RBI triple for Leandro Guevara to begin this ballgame for the Zap, and they strike first. It's 1-0.
Well, that's going to happen when Cade Bleeker throws 3 curveballs in a row to Leandro Guevara. He was sitting on that one, drove it out to the right center field gap. That's Guevara's 8th extra base hit of the season. The first 7 have been doubles, his first triple of the year. The Zap now out to a quick 1-0 lead.
Good early offense for the Oahe Zap, and something the Sasquatch have not given up often is a lot of first inning runs, especially over this last stretch. They've been outscoring opponents heavily in the first inning. The count goes to 1-0 here on Vince Palizzi, another big bat in this order to watch out for. And he chops one to short. That's past Micah Coleman and into left center field. 2-0 lead for the Zap as going for second is Palizzi. The throw comes into second. It's not in time. It's an RBI double for Vince Palizzi, and it's a 2-0 Oahe Zap lead.
Yeah, Polizzi just turning on a fastball there, smoking it up the middle. It was interesting to see the Sasquatch not playing the infield in with the runner on third and one out, no matter there. Heads up base running by Polizzi. He saw that the center fielder in Wallet a little bit slow to field it. Polizzi not necessarily the most speed on the Zap lineup, but aggressive on the base paths as he makes his way into second base.
Brings up the shortstop, Buck Snabs, who takes on the outside corner, strike one. Bleeker's been able to work ahead of hitters. Got the strikeout on 3 pitches to Jackson Mix to begin the ball game. Now 3 straight have reached a walk, a triple, and a double as Snabs lines one to short. Coleman's positioned perfectly, and he puts it away, and that is out number 2.
Yeah, another hard hit ball by the Oahe Zap, like you said, right at Coleman at short. But here's the thing now, 2 runs early for the Zap. They didn't get on the board in the first 2 games at Hyde Stadium until the 8th inning. Very different look for the offense tonight as they've got out to a quick start.
So another bat in the order to look out for, Tyler Hoffman, the left fielder. Batting now with 2 away and a runner in scoring position. 2 early runs for the Oahe Zap in the top of the first. RBIs to Aiden Johnson and Leandro Guevara. As Bleeker misses on his first pitch. Polizzi off second. That pitch catches the outside corner quickly ahead here, 0-2. Hoffman on the season, he's 12 for 34. That's a .353 batting average. Second on the team, only behind Guevara. And he drops in strike 2. Take that back, it was a 1-1 count.
Yeah, Hoffman yesterday came in to pinch hit back in the 6th inning, 0 for 1 with the hit by pitch. His shortened outing broke a 6-game hit streak, but he has still been hot as of late.
1-2, that's through the right side. That's going to get past Bachman into right field. Coming home is Polizzi. The throw from Marcial is right on the money, and Green can't handle it. It gets by him, allowing Polizzi to score. Going to second is Tyler Hoffman. We'll see what they rule that one. Run comes in, and it's 3-0 Oahe Zap.
Yeah, that's a fantastic throw by the Sasquatch right fielder, Javier Marcial. Bit of an error by Chance Green behind the plate. That throw coming in on a hop. He perhaps might have wanted to approach the ball a little out ahead to catch it on the fly, as he likely would have had Polizzi. Could he catch it cleanly and apply the tag? Instead, Polizzi gets in safe. The Zap out to a 3-0 lead in the top of the first.
First pitch upstairs to Will Calcaterra. Unprecedented territory really for the Sasquatch over their last few games. In the month of June in general, this team has been so good, especially in terms of pitching. So we'll take a look at some of the keys to the game for the Sasquatch here in this one. Some of them maybe not as relevant now as the Zap have already jumped up to a 3-0 lead. Starting pitching was certainly a key. I mentioned the number there, 1.5 ERA for the team over the last 8 games. Early runs, again, the Zap are capitalizing on that. Of course, the Sasquatch are yet to bat and keep it rolling. Sasquatch have been good in the month of June, 8-4. Zap just 2-13 in this month, and Sasquatch were hoping to keep the offense rolling, hoping to keep this winning stretch rolling, but so far it's been all Zap in the top of the first. Of course, the Sasquatch are yet to answer. This ball's hitting to left center field, going to be a long run for Wallet, and he puts away the fly ball off the bat of Will Calcaterra for out number 3. Zap bring home 3 runs on 3 hits in the top of the first inning. Sasquatch bats looking to answer when we return.
When you venture to spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Getting set for the bottom of the first. The Zap already on top to a 3-0 lead, and the Sasquatch bats are looking to answer, and here's who will look to answer. Leading things off, it's the second baseman, Ryan Bachman. Kyle Finn, the first baseman, he bats second. Patrick Rakes is batting third. Javier Marcial will clean up batting fourth. Jordan Bowman, the DH, bats fifth. Micah Coleman's at short, he bats sixth. Ben Tate bats seventh. Chance Green, the catcher, bats eighth. And Michael Wallett is in center field, he bats ninth. That lineup taking on the starting pitcher for the Oahe Zap, and it is Nathan Palacios.
Yeah, Palacios really with the fastball slider curve. Each pitch works well off of each other. The fastball stays inside. All good.
First pitch inside to Ryan Bachman to begin this home half of the first.
Yeah, the fastball stays inside on righties. The slider, much more horizontal break, and a 12-6 curve from Palacios.
You saw the numbers on screen for him, 2.7 ERA. You mentioned in the open, maybe not his best stuff last time out against Casper, but overall in the season, Palacios has been one of the better arms for this Zap team, falling behind Bachman here 2-0. Comes after him there with a fastball for strike one.
Yeah, Bachman bringing an 8-game hitting streak here into this game, so looking to continue that on the Sasquatch side of the ball.
Yeah, Ryan Bachman has just been on fire since the month flipped over to June. He's on a great stretch over his last few games. You mentioned the 8-game hitting streak in June. Ryan Bachman, 16 for 41. That's a 390 batting average. Has raised his average on the season all the way up to 357. And he's still reached base in every game he's played in. Count goes full here on a fastball on the inner part of the plate.
Yeah, Palacios continuing to attack the inside corner on Bachman. Pitch before, a slider just missed inside. Palacios wanted the call, didn't get it.
Bachman stays alive as he foul tips the fastball. Bachman, just in general on the season, is still the team best in quality at-bats. He's all the way up to 46 quality at-bats on the season. I don't think anyone on the Sasquatch has even cracked into the 30s yet. That's why he's been the steady bat in that leadoff spot. Of course, his fourth year with the team. Nobody knows it better than him. And he goes down swinging. Good located pitch there by Palacios to strike out Bachman for the first out.
Yeah, once again, Palacios goes with the fastball inside on the knees of Bachman, getting him there. So interesting to see Palacios. We'll see if he continues to attack the inside corner on righties.
Kyle Finn will dig in. Finn getting the start at first base today. Takes on the corner, strike one.
Finn hitting .327 on the season. Killed the Oahe Zap back in their first outing, was 4 for 6. 4 for 6 with 3 RBIs, a couple of doubles in what was the Zap's 5th game of the season.
Yeah, Kyle Finn has been getting a few more days off as of late in that first base spot, but still a lot of starts at first base and DH, among the team best in extra base hits and RBIs. He leads the team with 14 RBIs. We showed you the numbers in the off-the-wall stats before the game started, comparing these two teams. Sasquatch scoring over 7 runs per game, while the Zap just over 4. And Finn chops one foul. Ball and 2 strikes. Oahe Zap put up 3 runs in the top of the first inning. The Sasquatch had been able to work ahead of their opponents over their last 10 or so games, but fallen behind early, looking for an answer against Palacios in the first. Here's the 1-2. And Finn takes outside, count goes even.
Yeah, one thing to think about for the Oahe Zap, it's been emphasized by the coach, take it inning by inning. Think about each inning as a game and try and win each and every one. The Zap out to a 3-0 lead here early.
Inside there, full count on Finn. Back-to-back full counts for Palacios to begin the game.
Yeah, Palacios going with the slider earlier in the count on Finn, now trying to run the fastball on the inside corner. You see how Palacios likes to work his pitches. Fastball is in, sliders away.
This one's in on the hands, but still lifted to left field and going to be put away by Tyler Hoffman out in left, and that is out number 2. We'll take a look at the Oahe Zap defense behind Palacios. You just saw Tyler Hoffman make that play. He's in left field. Curiel Montijo is in center, and Mike Monham's in right. The infield third to first, Johnson, Snabs, Mix, and Palizzi. And then behind the plate, it's Leandro Guevara catching Palacios.
Nathan Palacios out to a solid start here, attacking the corners early.
Patrick Rakes now digs in with 2 away here. Looking to start a bit of a 2-out rally for the Sasquatch in the first. Rakes has been one of the team's best hitters this season as well. .333 batting average, .786 OPS. And in the 2 games he's played so far against the Zap this season, he went 2 for 4 in both games with an RBI. Working quickly is Palacios, and falling behind now 2-1 to Rakes.
Yeah, Palacios always a fast tempo on the mound, gets the ball back, right back on the mound. Once again, working quickly here in the first.
3-1. He's been able to get 2 outs, but now that's 3 straight batters that he's gotten 3 balls. Was able to get a strikeout on Bachman on a full count. Finn fly out, and now Rakes shoots one up the middle for a base hit. 2-out single off the bat of Patrick Rakes here in the first.
Yeah, Jackson Mix playing very far to the right in between second and first base, perhaps shading the lefty just a touch. Was nowhere near that ball, which got through the right side. So a 2-out hit for Rakes.
Brings up Javier Marcial. And what a tale of 2 different seasons it's been for Javier Marcial, whose batting average is now up to a very respectable .231. After he started the season off 0 for 19. It's been much better as of since. In the month of June, 9 for 20, .450 batting average, 6 RBIs, and of course had that huge pinch hit, game-tying home run against the Fremont Moo in the 9th inning in a game they'd end up winning in the 11th. Marcial chops it foul. Count 0-2 on the right fielder.
Yeah, Marcial, ever since his hitless start, since then, he's put up a 6-game hitting streak. Like you said, a tale of 2 halves to this point for Marcial.
You figured it was coming with the way he swings the bat. He works counts long. He hits the ball hard. It was just a matter of time before those hits found the outfield grass. Count 1-2 on Marcial after the fastball upstairs. Patrick Rakes off of first. Sasquatch as a team don't run very often. Patrick Rakes not one of the guys you have to worry about a whole lot. Palacios checks in on him though, and he slides in safely.
Yeah, while some Zap starting pitchers struggle to hold on runners, Palacios not one of them. A fast pickoff move. Palacios also with a fast delivery to the mound, so that helps keeps the runners put on the base paths.
Rakes is just 1 of 1, and the team as a team, the Sasquatch 21 of 30 in stolen bases. Had a lot of trouble catching guys stealing early on. They've been a little bit better as of late, but certainly as a team, the ability to generate runs on the base paths in terms of stolen bases is one of the weaknesses of this Sasquatch team, but when they've got so many guys that can hit the ball, maybe don't need it so much. Marcial pops one up. This one's going to get into the crowd along the first base line, who are all wearing blue. We mentioned it's a blue out here at the ballpark, and man, the fans came out in their blue. I don't see very many fans not wearing blue today. It's a pretty full crowd still arriving into the ballpark, filling out the stadium nicely and supporting the Sasquatch with their blue. The count is 1-2 on Marcial here in the first. Pitch from Palacios. That's one grounded to short. Snabs will flip to second the short way to retire Rakes on the base pass. And that will do it in the bottom of the first. Sasquatch get a hit, but they'll leave one stranded. Headed to the second, 3-0 Zap.
Jet Rogers at Peak Family Chiropractic and Sports Performance.
We all take different paths in life.
That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood.
Mike Bonham leads off the top of the second and takes upstairs for ball one. It's 8-9 and 1 in the order after the zap. Sent 7 runners to the plate off of Cade Bleeker in the top of the first, putting up 3 runs. Looking for some offense out of the bottom part of the order. Bonham, Curiel Montijo, and Jackson Mix to come to the plate against Bleeker. The count is 1-1 on starting right fielder for the zap, who's had his struggles at the plate this season. And drives one in the air to left field. Patrick Rakes, though, will come in, get under it, and put away Monham for the first out.
Yeah, Mike Monham, this is his first start in right field of the season. Every game to this point, he has been in center field. Great presence in the field, like you said, struggling at the plate. Strikeouts have been an issue for the 8th hitter in the lineup tonight for the Zap.
Speaking of center field, here is the center fielder, Emiliano Curiel Montijo. 9 for 40 on the season for Curiel Montijo. 225 batting average. Getting the spot in the 9th spot in the order. Count goes to 1-0.
Yeah, Curiel now his second start out in center field, typically in right, but you see Curiel and Monham switching.
Bleeker looking for a much better second inning here as he falls behind Curiel 2-0, now 3-0. On the 9-hole hitter, top of the order, Jackson Mix waiting on deck.
Yeah, Bleeker was asking the home plate umpire where that pitch was, just missing a bit outside as he falls behind in the count.
And he walks Curiel on 4 pitches. So a 1-out walk issued by Cade Bleeker turns the lineup back over to the top.
Yeah, Curiel is not the batter you want to put on base on balls. He's got a lot of speed off first. He was caught stealing a couple days ago. Nolan Ackerman behind the plate for the Sasquatch caught 2 Zap runners trying to steal. A great night behind the plate for him. Chance Green now the catcher for the Sasquatch here tonight.
Well, Hunter Backshaw, one of the assistant coaches, is going out to the mound to talk with Cade Bleeker. You don't actually see this very often from the Sasquatch coaching staff. They very rarely go out and conduct any sort of mound visits. This time they're bringing the whole infield in to talk things over with Cade Bleeker, who had to work a top of the first inning, like we mentioned. 3 runs in for the Zap in the top of the first. Bleeker's been able to work ahead of a lot of hitters, minus that walk to Curiel on 4 pitchers. Been able to command the zone fairly well, 30 pitches, 18 of them for strikes. The ball hit a little bit hard in that first inning. Guevara a triple, Palizzi a double, and Tyler Hoffman a single. 3 hits brought home 3 runs in the first. Now we're back to the top of the order, and Jackson Mix, who struck out on 3 pitches in his first at-bat, with Curiel off of first. Bleeker's first pitch, Curiel takes off, pitches outside. Green's throw to second is right on the money, and Curiel is gunned down at second base. Maybe that was part of the mound visit as Curiel Montijo is retired on the base pass. That's the 2nd out.
Yeah, heck of a throw from Chance Green. Curiel had a big lead off of first, but that one wasn't that close. Perhaps not the best jump from Curiel as he's now been caught stealing twice in the past 3 games.
So now 2 away and a chance for Bleecker to face the minimum in the second. As he falls behind Mix 2-0. That's 6 straight balls now from Cade Bleecker. Yeah, we touched on several times this year about the Sasquatches catching and some of their struggles to catch guys stealing. At the beginning of the year, certainly that was a big issue. Nolan Ackerman has come in, done a much better job catching guys behind the plate, but Brinkley Evans, Chance Green, the other 2 catchers. Now Brinkley Evans throwing a guy out yesterday. Chance Green throwing a guy out today. Sasquatch improving defensively. As Mix fouls us away 2-2.
Yeah, and an interesting move from Coach Jamie Haberger. You have the top of the lineup coming on, a runner on first with just 1 out. You think a lot of the time maybe you wait to send the runner until there's 2 outs in the inning, as that really does kill any momentum that you picked up from the Curiel walk.
2-2 from Bleecker. Grounded foul. Looking at the 2 teams, gave you the numbers on the Sasquatch and their base pass. So far this season, the Zap 42 stolen bases, though 10 of those are from Phillips. They've attempted, coming into today, attempted 51 or gunned down 9 times. So now 42 stolen bases and 52 tries. So they've been caught stealing 10 times after Montijo is caught out at second base. 2-2 again from Bleecker, and that one just misses the outside corner. Full count as Bleecker was starting to head off the mound, thought he had strike 3.
Yeah, that curveball looked good, possibly dropping on the outside corner. Unsure if it was called high or outside. Jackson Mix now staying alive. Cade Bleeker's had to work a lot of pitches here through the first 2 innings.
Full count pitch is hit in the air to left field. That one is just foul. Maybe a couple feet foul of the left field line. No chance for Patrick Rakes to get to that ball in time. And we'll do it again here with a full count. Bleecker, like you mentioned, about to throw his 38th pitch of this game. Trying to work through 2 innings. This is the 3rd game in a row these 2 teams have faced each other. They'll have 2 more over the next 2 days. 5-game series, if you can call it that, a home and home. As Mix flies one in the air to shallow center field, Micah Coleman, the shortstop, going back. Micah Wallett coming in from center, and Coleman made it look a little bit hard out in shallow center field, but the shortstop, Micah Coleman, puts it away to retire Jackson Mix. So Bleecker does, in fact, face the minimum in the second, but caught stealing with help from Chance Green gets him out of it. Zaps still lead this one 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the second.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Dixon Sports Medicine is here when you need us. On the gridiron or the grill. For touchdown dancers. In the home team. For the extreme or the everyday. Feeling the burn or feeling the love. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for everyday athletes like you. Watch out, she's still going. Dixon Sports Medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes. At our clinic locations throughout the region. And at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us. Working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger. Getting better. Getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Here for whatever moves you.
Jordan Bowman, the DH, will lead off the bottom half of the second. It's Bowman, Coleman, and Tate. 5, 6, 7 in the order. Going against Palacios out for a second inning of work. Allowed just 1 hit in the first. Sasquatch looking to crack the scoreboard here. Chip away at this 3-0 deficit. First pitch from Palacios misses on Bowman. Ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Bowman, the big righty, a dead pull hitter. The Oahe Zap, however, do not shift much.
Yeah, Bowman on the season's put up pretty good numbers. You saw him there on screen, 293 batting average, a homer and 9 RBIs. Two-way player, hits and pitches, but he says his hitting is his better strength, and he shows it right there with a single into left field to begin the second.
Yeah, fastball up and away from Palacios. Bowman all over it, pulling the pitch outside through the left side of the infield. Hard hit ball, leadoff single for the Sasquatch in the second inning.
Brings up Michael Coleman. Coleman's had himself a pretty nice season. Out of that shortstop spot, came to the team a little bit late, but since coming to the team, he's been one of the team's better hitters. 367 batting average on the season.
Aiden Johnson now on the infield grass at third for the Zap.
Breaking ball, Coleman was bailing off the plate, and that drops in there for strike one. We're seeing, like you mentioned, fastball and curveball from Palacios, and both of them working pretty well through the first 5-6 batters now. 0-1, this one's inside, and it gets away from Guevara behind the plate. Bowman will advance to second on the wild pitch, and the Sasquatch have their first runner in scoring position.
Yeah, Sasquatch in an early 3-0 hole. Now a runner on second, no outs. It'll be interesting to see Bowman, or both Bowman and Coleman with some speed. Will be interesting to see if Coleman tries to lay one down here.
Corners remain back for the Zap. Middle infield shading towards the bag at second base. And Coleman chops this one foul right at home plate, so the count goes to 1-2. Coleman mentioned how good he's been since coming to the team. He's hit safely in 8 of 9 games this season, and he's already up to 8 RBIs in those 9 games. He's recorded an RBI in 4 of 9. Part of that is his ability to hit with runners in scoring position. 357 batting average with runners in scoring position so far this season. 1-2 is fouled. Guevara can't hold on to it. Stays alive here, 1-2.
Yeah, Coleman's OPS over 1,000 at 1,046. Getting on base at a clip of over 500, 513. I mean, he's just doing it all at the plate, even as a home run here on the season.
Palacios set. And here's his 1-2. Coleman able to stay alive. Well, that's part of having that 500 plus on base percentage that he has, is ability to stay alive, foul off pitches, and work long at bats. Palacios now, though, sees as it's, I think, 3 or 4 foul balls in a row, as Coleman's clearly in swing mode at the plate. See what he tries on 1 and 2.
Jordan Bowman off second on that pitch, took a big jump. Looked like he was trying to time up Palacios before he held up. Now Jackson Mix trying to hold him on at second base. Palacios now looks back.
And the 1-2. This one's in the dirt. Good take by Coleman. Starting to read the ball well off of Palacios. And even if this doesn't result in a hit, and the guys on deck, Ben Tate and everybody in the dugout, is getting to see a lot of pitches from Palacios, getting to see that fastball and see the curveball. Maybe help those guys out when they come up for a second time. So they're already getting to see a lot of pitches out of the hand of the righty. So Coleman's worked it now to an even count, 2-2. Pitch from Palacios. This one just misses the outside corner. Really good at bat by Coleman. He's worked it full.
Yeah, Palacios 25 pitches in the first inning despite giving up just 1 hit. And Palacios, he's been placing his pitches well. It's going to be important for the Sasquatch to continue to run up that pitch count tonight.
He's already now thrown 10 in this half inning. Still no outs on the board. After a leadoff single by Bowman, 3-2 pitches grounded foul. And Coleman continues to fight at the plate. The 9th pitch of the at-bat is coming up to Coleman. He's already fouled 4 pitches off in this AB. Count was once 1-2. Now a full count. And pitch number 9 coming from Palacios. The pitch is grounded to the right side. Palizzi on the backhand. A nice play there at first. Bowman will advance the third, but a really great at-bat. 9 pitches for Coleman. Moves the first run of the game for the Sasquatch 90 feet away.
Yeah, really productive at bat there from Jordan Bowman. like you said, moving the runner over. Now a runner on third with one out, as the Zap infields will likely stay back with a 3-run lead. Now a ground ball should score a run here for the Sasquatch.
It's one of the things the Sasquatch have been doing so well over this stretch in June is productive at-bats, getting runs home when they've got opportunities. This one's going to get a run home as Ben Tate grounds one to short. Great defensive play by Buck Snabs, who loses his hat in the process. 2 ground balls after Bowman was at second base. Get the Sasquatch on the board. 3-1 ball game.
Yeah, great play by Buck Snabs over at short, charging in to his left, making the play, firing to first. Buck Snabs, the everyday shortstop for the Oahe Zap. It looked like at first he was going to split time with Brandon Weigel at short. Brandon Weigel suffering a season-ending injury. That's a huge loss for the Zap, but what that's meant is that Buck Snabs is in the starting lineup pretty much each and every night.
Makes a nice play to keep Tate off the base path, results in just an RBI ground out. The Sasquatch get on the board, 3-1 the score. Chance Green at the plate, you saw the numbers for him, 167 batting average, 4 RBIs on the season. Takes outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Green has struggled at the plate this season as he split time between himself and Brinkley Evans before Ackerman came. Now that Ackerman's here, 3-man rotation in that catching spot. We've seen all 3 in this 3-game set between the Sasquatch and the Zap. As Ackerman started game 1, Evans behind the plate yesterday, and today it's Chance Green. The count is 2-1 here on Green. And now 3-1 after a fastball misses just off the edge.
Yeah, the Zap out in the field, they're going to be happy to get 2 outs in exchange for a run over at second. Palacios, especially after what could have been a base hit up the middle, had Snabs not fielded it right, but it was a great play there.
It's going to be a tough play as a high chopper. Palacios off the mound, and he yanks the throw, and that goes into right field. Chance Green's going to motor for second. He's there standing up. See if they score that a hit or an error, but either way, Chance Green's on second base with 2 away.
I'd say that'll likely go down as a single with an error on the throw from Palacios. Palacios getting a little bit aggressive there, throwing off the back foot. His entire body going into the air on that one. Might not have beat the runner anyways, but the throw way offline. So Chance Green will make his way on into scoring position.
Yeah, Green definitely not known for his speed as a catcher, but that's Palacios maybe thought he had a play at first base. Probably would have just been better to eat that ball.
Or even if he would have set his back foot, taken a split second more time on the throw, would have given him a better chance to make an on-target throw to first.
They're going to rule that an error, reaching second base on the same error. So Palacios, no hit there from Chance Green as he's in second base, or on second base, I should say, after the error. Brings up the 9-hole hitter, Micah Wallett, who's also struggled a bit at the plate, batting under 200 so far this season. Chops one foul. It's now 3 times we've seen high choppers off the bat of the Sasquatch. Tate's high chopper to short, Chance Green chopped one foul, and Micah Wallett here fouls the ball off. A good sign for Palacios at least. He's not giving up a whole lot of hard contact, just a manufactured run by the Sasquatch.
Yeah, and Palacios is going to want to attack Wallett here with a runner on second and 2 men out. Ryan Bachman sitting on deck, followed by Kyle Finn and Patrick Rakes. This is definitely the hitter you want to attack here in the Sasquatch lineup.
Ball and a strike. Pitch is grounded foul. Now 1-2 on Wallett. Wallett, like Coleman, both arrived to the team a little bit late. Wallett's first game, he went 3 for 4. Since then, he's just 1 for 19. Made his first start on May 31st, but month of June has not been kind to him. Splitting time in the outfield with Ben Green, who's been one of the team's more everyday center fielders. Not getting a start today for the Sasquatch, though we'll probably see him at least once over the next 2. Fastball's upstairs. This one gets away from Guevara. Green is going to run over to third, and he'll advance on the pass ball. Now a base hit here from Micah Coleman could bring home the second run.
Yeah, rare mistake from Leandro Guevara behind the plate. That one, I mean, fully catching his glove. Looks like it just squeaked out behind him. Heads up base running by Chance Green.
Probably part of that conversation by Guevara. Just letting him know. Maybe my bad behind the plate, but let's make one more pitch and get out of this. Count is 2-2 here on Micah Wallett. Sasquatch looking for a 2-out rally. Green reached on an error with 2 away. Was able to get a 2-base error, advanced to second. Now a pass ball moves him to third. Chance for the Sasquatch to pull within 1. Already a run in this half inning. 2-2 breaking ball. That drops in there for a strike, and that is strike 3. Home plate umpire did make the call initially. I thought maybe I had the count wrong. He forgot how many outs or how many strikes there were as well. So after 1 in the bottom of the second, Sasquatch trail this one 3-1. We're headed to the third.
Spot on teamwork saves me so much time. I haven't spent a single minute in my back office this week. Teamwork simplifies employee communications, scheduling, tip outs, and payroll. It even syncs with my POS, so I know my data is accurate. All right, tips are out. In fact, teamwork has saved me so much time, I was able to take today off to film this.
Cut! Now remember, you really hate that back office.
Top of the third here at Black Hills Energy Stadium as Aiden Johnson will dig in. 2, 3, 4 in the order. Aiden Johnson, Leandro Guevara, and Vince Palizzi. The 3-4 Oahe here in the top of the third, who lead it 3-1. First pitch, and Johnson takes strike 1.
Johnson a walk back in the first. Interesting to see. Johnson leads the team in line drive percentage. 33% of his balls put in play have been barreled. However, hitting just .209 on the season.
Maybe a little bad luck for Johnson. That's why he's still getting the start in the number 2 hole for this Zap team. Trusted to put the ball in play and hit it hard. The 0-2 from Bleeker misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bleeker, a tough first inning. 7 batters came to the plate, 3 runs came in, but faced only 3 in the second. This one's off the end of the bat and foul away.
Well, what helps Bleeker is he only threw 23 pitches to those 7 batters in the first inning. Despite giving up 3 runs, his arm remains pretty well rested. That allows him to reset quite well moving forwards in this ball game.
1-2 just misses off the outside corner. Now an even count. Yeah, what are the things for Bleeker entering today? 23 and a third innings pitched. His strikeouts to walk. He doesn't strike out a whole bunch of people, 14, but only 8 walks. He likes to pound the zone. He gets ahead of hitters. That's what he did in the first inning, even though a couple of those runs come in to score. Those hits came early on in those at-bats as he was able to work ahead of hitters. To issue 2 walks today, though. One of those, like you mentioned, to Aiden Johnson. 2-2 again. And the breaking ball's in there. That's strike 3. Second strikeout of the game for Cade Bleeker, and the first one looking as Aiden Johnson is retired for the first out. Fans come out to the ballpark for Eras Weekend as we'll be celebrating the 70s, 80s, and 90s here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. Sasquatch will look to take on teams on June 21st through June 23rd. We'll have the 3 nights consecutively, 70s, then 80s, then 90s. We'll be, of course, if you're not here at the ballpark, which I assume you aren't watching this one on YouTube, full blue crowd. We celebrate our themes pretty with all of our effort here at the ballpark. So look forward to 70s, 80s, and 90s weekend. Should be a fun time. Count even here on Leandro Guevara, a ball and a strike. Guevara, an RBI triple in his first at-bat. Probably the hardest hit ball so far off of Cade Bleeker today in the right center. Because of that, right fielder Javier Marcial is only maybe about 10 steps in front of the warning track out in right field. The whole outfield playing deep. The count is 1-2 here on Guevara.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Bleeker attacks Guevara, Polizzi, and Snabs, the three hardest hit balls of the day for the Zap back in the first inning. The curveball, Guevara was out ahead of it.
And he gets strike three looking. How about that? 2 strikeouts looking in the top of the third inning for Cade Bleeker. First Johnson, now Guevara. That's 2 away and empty bases for Vince Polizzi.
Yeah, that's not something you often see from Leandro Guevara. Guevara's a great 2-strike hitter. That a fastball, that was over the outer third of the plate. Usually you see Guevara go the other way with that one. Just looked a bit stunned on that pitch.
Polizzi checks his swing, ball 1. See the numbers for Vince Polizzi, .309 batting average and 6 home runs. That's the most in the ILB. 17 RBIs leads the team. Him and Guevara have been leading the way for this Zap team. 2 bright spots in what's been otherwise a tough season, 3-19. But Guevara and Polizzi certainly 2 bats that have been mightily impressive. And Guevara continued it with an RBI double his first time up in the first, and he's ahead in the count 2-0.
Well, Ari, you mentioned the 6 home runs. 4 of those 4 home runs coming in 6 at-bats against the Nebraska Prospects. 3 in one game. First at-bat the next game he went deep.
Grounded to third. And Tate across the diamond, a smooth top of the third inning. 3 up, 3 down for Cade Bleeker. Headed to the bottom of the third. Zap still lead this one 3-1.
I want to shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice play.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Take your sports wagering experience to the next level at BetLodge Sportsbook, the premier sports betting venue in South Dakota. Surrounded by luxury seating, our massive 42-foot seamless video wall is the largest in the area, displaying all of your favorite NFL and college football. Place your bets with our sports desk personnel or visit our easy-to-use betting kiosk 24 hours a day. The best place to touch down and catch the game is at BetLodge Sportsbook, located inside the lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Back here inside Black Hills Energy Stadium alongside Evan Epstein, the broadcasting voice of the Oahe Zap. Ari Wall bringing you this one between the Zap and the Sasquatch as we're getting set here for the bottom of the third. Top of the order up for the Sasquatch, Ryan Bachman, Kyle Finn, and Patrick Rakes against Nathan Palacios. Cade Bleeker has now worked 2 strong innings, the second and the third, needing to face only 6 batters to get 6 outs. And the offense looking to give him some support as a first pitch to Ryan Bachman misses low, ball 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch Palacios going forward. Really a closer out of Simpson University has transitioned into a starter role here for the Oahe Zap. His first game, 64 pitches. He threw 93 pitches in his second 2 outings, but he won't go really past 95. That'll be a hard cap for him. 48 pitches coming into the bottom of the third inning for Palacios.
2 balls and a strike to Bachman. You see the total numbers for Bachman on the season there. 357 batting average. As he checks his swing, does go around. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bachman struck out in his first at-bat. Relatively rare for Ryan Bachman, whose on-base percentage entering today was .489. He's been a mainstay at the top of the order for the Sasquatch. Second baseman made one start at third against the Zap, but other than that, he's been starting at second base pretty much every day. 2-2 is grounded to his counterpart, the second baseman for the Zap. It goes off the glove of Jackson Mix and bounces into right field. Hard hit ball, will likely be a single. It is for Ryan Bachman, the third hit of the game. And the Sasquatch have a leadoff base runner in the third.
Yeah, tough play for Jackson Mix over at second. As you mentioned, hard hit ball. It bounced up on his glove, hitting the top part of his glove before it skidded over into right field. Jackson Mix, much more of a traditional third baseman, but Aiden Johnson takes most of the third base duties for the Zap. Mix playing second for most of the season.
So now Ryan Bachman off of first. Sasquatch get a leadoff base runner for a second straight inning. Made use of it in the second. It was Jordan Bowman who reached on a leadoff single. He came around to score the first run of the game. Only run of the game to this point for the Sasquatch. As Spearfish is hoping for more of the same here in the third. Leadoff single to Ryan Bachman brings up Kyle Finn. 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. Bachman read it well. He's going off for second, and Guevara won't throw. Wild pitch in the dirt will allow Ryan Bachman to advance 90 feet, and he's in scoring position.
Yeah, Bachman, even before he sees Guevara knock it down, he recognizes the pitch in the dirt, and he takes off. Guevara, no chance, despite getting to the ball quickly behind the plate.
So now an opportunity with runners in scoring position. Well, at least one runner. Kyle Finn at the plate, who lines a ball up the middle. This one is fielded by Mix, and he'll throw to first. Unable to advance is Ryan Bachman, who had to hold up as that ball was lined right towards second base. The ground out will be the first out of the inning.
Yeah, looks like the pitch just a little bit in on the hands of Bachman. A nice recovery play from Jackson Mix after letting the ball go into right field. That one, a nice play over ranging up the middle to record the first out of the bottom of the third inning.
So now here's Patrick Rakes. Saw what he's done at the plate this season, batting over 300 with 9 RBIs. Tied for the team lead in hard hit balls at 18. Hit one hard in the first inning. Recorded the first hit of the game for the Sasquatch, a single in that first. So he's 1 for 1 on the day. Looking for another hit here to give the Sasquatch their second run of the game. Infield shading him to pull as Buck Snabs shading almost exactly behind second base, playing behind Bachman. Almost 3 infielders on that right side.
Yeah, let's see if Snabs is just holding on the runner and he perhaps retreats on the pitcher, if he'll stay up the middle here on the lefty.
0-2 pitch, looked like he stayed put and the pitch is outside. Count goes to 1-2.
Rakes hitting .267 in scoring with runners in scoring position so far this year. Now a 1-2 count with 1 out. Let's see if he converts here.
Palacios gets set to throw his 60th pitch of the night, and this one's grounded to first. We'll see if it stays fair. It does not. Takes a Sasquatch-friendly bounce along the line. Rakes will see another pitch here against the 1-2 count.
Yeah, that one down the first base line the whole way. Just a little bit of spin took it to the right of the first base bag.
3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error for the Zap. 1 run on 3 hits, no error for the Sasquatch. Bottom half of the third, Patrick Rakes at the dish. Bachman off of second. Palacios looks him back, now comes home and misses with the fastball. An even count here on Patrick Rakes. It just seems like overall the Sasquatch have been seeing the ball much better out of the hands of Palacios these last couple at-bats. You, of course, had Micah Coleman's long 9-pitch at-bat in the second inning. Patrick Rakes able to work this one now to an even count. 2-2. And now full. Oh, it's strike 3. Patrick Rakes thought that was upstairs as well. A delayed call by the home plate umpire, and that is out number 2.
You know, I would say that one might have been a little bit of a poor framing from Leandro Guevara. It did look like the pitch caught the outside corner. I think Guevara, the way he caught it, it was a little bit deceiving to the eyes of the fans. The fans did not like that call here at Black Hills Energy Stadium.
So instead of a full count, it's strike 3 on Patrick Rakes. It's the second out of the inning, and Javier Marcial comes to the plate and takes strike one. Marcial grounded out to shortstop to end the first. 0 for 1 for the right fielder, who's been much better in the month of June, as we highlighted his first time up. Looking for a base hit here to bring home Ryan Bachman, who led off the inning with a single. He's been stranded on the base paths ever since. This one's upstairs, an even count.
Yeah, Palacios has looked much more comfortable out of the windup so far tonight. When he's had runners on base, particularly at second, he's looking back and forth, and it almost looks like he's rushing a little bit through his motion.
1-1, that's on the inner part of the plate, strike two. That's a spot that Palacios has gone to quite a bit in this game. That fastball on the inner part of the plate's been working.
And he's been putting it on the knees of hitters too. He hasn't been elevating much with really his fastball or his off-speed pitches. He's been keeping them low.
1-2, this one sails over the head of Marcial. An even count.
Well, just as I said it, right?
Always. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second, it's Ryan Bachman. Sasquatch trailing by 2 here in the bottom of the third. Palacios' pitch is upstairs, a full count.
Looks like Palacios tried to go with the slider there, just missing above the zone on Marcial. Bachman continuing with a big lead off of second base, like 15 feet.
This one's into right field, and that one's going to get down and past Mike Monham in right center. Javier Marcial's got speed. He's headed for second. He's going to go for third. Fielded by Monham in right center field, and sliding into third is Javier Marcial with an RBI triple. Sasquatch pull within 1.
Yeah, Marcial battling into a full count there with Palacios. Just a good piece of hitting out to right field. Mike Monham in right didn't take the best angle at the ball. The ball gets by him. That allows Marcial to get to third. We mentioned earlier just Monham's first start out in right field, so perhaps still settling into the position, as now the tying run is 90 feet away.
Brings up Jordan Bowman to the plate, who takes ball 1. Well, Javier Marcial continuing to get it done at the plate. I mean, he just looks like a completely different hitter since that 0 for 19 streak. Another really good at-bat put together by the Sasquatch team to work a full count and then capitalize on the pitch. Triple, and Bowman rips one foul. So he's just ahead of the breaking ball there from Palacios. Yanked it foul for strike 1.
Yeah, that ball was hit hard off the bat of Bowman, like you said, out ahead of it, but boy, that had a lot of steam on it.
Well, Bowman, I mean, you can just tell, of course, by his size, 6'6", 265, but with his power, good pitcher on the mound, but certainly a whole lot of power. If he gets a slider like that and is able to stay behind it, find himself hitting his second home run of the season. We haven't seen very many home runs here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. It's one of the bigger parks around the ILB, 330 down the lines, 400 to dead center. 2 balls and a strike to Bowman. This one's grounded foul.
Well, Ari, have you seen the park out in Hastings?
I have. Both that and, well, Fremont as well is a small ballpark. And when the wind is blowing out there, you're going to get a lot of home runs out in Fremont.
Yeah, Hastings about 370 to both the left and right field corners. That is a monstrous ballpark.
This is in the dirt. Full count. Marcial stays put as it's a good block by Guevara behind the dish to keep him there.
Yeah, the second pitch of this at-bat that Guevara's been out in front of. Tying run at third, so Guevara holding a 3-2 Oahe Zap lead for the moment.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Jordan Bowman. Micah Coleman waiting on deck. Javier Marcial stands at third. The breaking ball just misses the outside corner. Really nice take by Jordan Bowman, who looked like he was going to swing for 99% of the way and then finally pulls it back to reach on the walk. Runners on the corners now with Micah Coleman coming to the plate. Coleman had one of the better at-bats for the Sasquatch in this game. A 9-pitch at-bat resulted in a ground out to first, which advanced Jordan Bowman to from second to third. Bowman would later come around to score on another ground out, an RBI ground out by Ben Tate. That was the first run for the Sasquatch in the bottom of the second. They brought home one run in this half inning thanks to an RBI triple by Javier Marcial, who still stands on third. Now runners on the corners. 1-0 breaking ball's in there for a strike on Coleman.
Yeah, that was the 76th pitch already from Nathan Palacios with just 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Palacios has had to work hard, losing Bowman on balls in what was a 3-2 count, a huge loss as Palacios would have liked to get out of the inning. Now it's just more high-pressure pitches for Palacios with runners on the corners and 2 men out.
Nobody warming for the Zap as the 1-1 pitch misses into the left-handed batter's box. Bowman, not a lot of speed off of first base, so unlikely he takes off for second here, especially with 2 away, would allow the Zap to throw through if they wanted to. 2-1, and Coleman rips one in the air to left field. This ball is just foul. Good swing by Micah Coleman, but a couple feet foul of the left field line, ends up a long strike 2.
Yeah, the Sasquatch, like you said, a couple feet away from tying the game, if not taking a lead. Micah Coleman just a little bit out ahead of that pitch, which was on the inside corner.
Well, that's the spot Palacios has been going to.
And it seems like Sasquatch hitters have started to pick that up.
See what he tries now with a 2-2 count, the pitch. This is lined to second, over the head of the leaping Jackson Mixon into right center. Another bad read in right field by Mike Monham, allowing Jordan Bowman to go to third. He gets a late stop sign by head coach Justice Scott. RBI double by Micah Coleman. Sasquatch have tied the game and threatening for more with runners on second and third.
Yeah, Justice Scott was initially waving home Bowman at third. Bowman slowed up, though, as he was waving him home. Scott then changing his mind, decides to hold the runner up. Now a tie ball game here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. Sasquatch still with 2 runners in scoring position, as that'll bring out the Oahe Zap head coach Jamie Haberger.
So meeting on the mound between Haberger, Palacios, and Guevara. This inning began with a Ryan Bachman base hit and then 2 outs by Palacios. Looked like he was going to have a chance to get through the third inning and do so with not a whole lot of pitches, but a triple by Javier Marcial, a walk to Jordan Bowman, and now a double by Micah Coleman. That's 3 straight Sasquatch hitters who have reached with 2 away, as the 2-out rally continues to be sort of a theme for the Sasquatch so far, especially in the month of June. Brings up Ben Tate, who's already brought home a run with an RBI ground out in the second inning.
So now we're going to get some action up in the Zap bullpen. Right now it's Jacob Skinner out. Mason Lang is going to go catch him. Julius Cass, another relief pitcher, also heading out to the bullpen. So Skinner, the lefty, Cass, the righty, both of them will start to warm up down in the left field pen.
7th batter to come to the plate for the Sasquatch as Palacios will work out of the windup with a runner on third and 2 away. Tate's out in front of it and pops it foul. Strike 1. I mean, you talked about how he feels, or at least in this game, he's looked like he's felt more comfortable out of the windup. Maybe in that mound visit, trying to get him back to the windup, looking just for 1 away, not worried about the runners.
Yeah, second and third, nowhere for the runners to go. Like you said, I think that's a wise call if Haberger was telling Palacios to go back to the windup.
An even count here on Ben Tate. Zap brought home 7 batters to the plate in the first inning where they scored 3 runs. Sasquatch have now scored 3 unanswered, looking to take their first lead of the game. Tate fouls it away, 1-2.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial for Palacios to get out of this inning in a tie ball game. Early in the season, the Zap had a couple of early leads that they gave up to the Fremont Moo. You know, if you get out of this inning a tie ball game, you can feel good as a team, try and get the momentum started at the plate.
1-2 in the dirt. Guevara blocks it. Bowman, not a lot of speed off of third. Wasn't trying to advance at any point during that pitch, and he retreats for ball 2.
But if you surrender a lead here, I mean, for a team that's lost 11 straight, it's really tough to lose momentum in a ball game. You got to do everything to keep the positive energy in the dugout if you're the Oahe Zap.
So an even count, 2-2 here on Ben Tate. Runners on second and third. Sasquatch looking to pull ahead for a big hit out of their third baseman here in the third. Palacios up to 83 pitches. Says afternoon could be winding down as Ben Tate calls time. Bottom third of the order for the Sasquatch. 3 hits in this half inning. 2 runs already in. Palacios is 2-2. Tate chops it foul.
Yeah, it looks like that one went off the foot of Tate. Bowman off third is just trying to get a big hop, just trying to get in the head of Palacios, who's now moved out of the windup.
3 strikeouts in this game for Palacios, but it seems like overall he struggled with a put-away pitch as this game has gone on. He struck out Bachman, the first batter he faced, as Tate continues to help his foot heal after that ball went off his foot. But 1 strikeout in each inning he's pitched, but the put-away pitch just seems like it hasn't really been there in this third inning.
Yeah, Palacios has struggled, and that's partially because the Sasquatch hitters have continued to foul off pitches with 2 strikes. They've done such a great job. I mean, I think the best at-bat of the inning was Jordan Bowman, who worked a walk after working the count full.
Tate goes down on strikes. The put-away pitch is there when he needs it, and he strikes out Ben Tate to strand 2 runners and finish off the third. Sasquatch bring home a pair, and they tie this ball game. We're tied at 3 as we head to the 4th.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
It's a blue out here at the ballpark as we take a look at some of the fans repping their blue. We got Samson as well, of course. Our lovely Samson mascot getting in with some dance moves. Pretty blue crowd here at the ballpark. Some fans getting some concessions, enjoying the wonderful baseball here at the stadium. Beautiful 70 degrees afternoon here on June 19th. And a beautiful day for some baseball. Sasquatch and Zap played 3 innings. Score tied at 3 as Buck Snabs will lead off the top of the 4th. It's Snabs, Tyler Hoffman, and Will Calcaterra against Cade Bleeker, who settled into this game nicely as Snabs flies one into right field. Javier Marcial will put it away. And that's out number 1.
Yeah, just a little bit off of the end of the bat of Snabs there, who seemed to be on the pitch. Snabs has been hot of late, 8 of his last 20 going into the game. A sharp line out to short back in the first, fly out there. So he's continuing to make good contact on the baseball.
Tyler Hoffman will come to the plate, an RBI single in the first inning. He looks at ball 1. Hoffman had the last hit of the game for the Zap. Came in that first inning. Since then, Bleeker is not allowed a hit, only 1 base runner past that point. It was a walk to Emiliano Curiel, the 9-hole hitter. That came in the second inning. He's retired the last 5 that he's faced. You saw the numbers as well for Tyler Hoffman, batting above 300 on the season for the Zap. Bleeker gets the fastball to be fouled away. Back in the count here, 2-1.
Yeah, and Curiel, the 1 base runner, was caught trying to steal, so He's got out of the past 2 innings facing just 6 hitters. Now retired the first Zap hitter of the top of the 4th inning.
Yeah, he certainly settled in since that first inning. He wasn't wild in that first inning. He only walked 1 batter, and he was throwing a lot of strikes, but just good swings by Guevara, Polizzi, of course, 2 players we've highlighted, Hoffman as well. This is into center field. There's another hit for Tyler Hoffman, who's 2 for 2. Breaks the streak for Cade Bleeker, and a 1-out single gets the Zap going in the 4th.
That's a fantastic at-bat from Tyler Hoffman. Hoffman laying off the off-speed pitches that drifted off the outside corner. 3-1 hitters count. He gets the fastball over the heart of the plate, rips it back up the middle. That's exactly what you want to see out of Hoffman if you're the Zap.
Sasquatch with it looks like Cade Bridges starting to get onto the mound on the first base line, and maybe we'll begin throwing for the Sasquatch as we could go from one Cade B to another with Bleeker to Bridges. Bleeker's pitch count not in terrible shape. Only now throwing his 60th pitch of the game, but we usually see Justice Scott, the head coach for the Sasquatch, doesn't let these guys go much beyond 80 pitches. This one's fouled away into the seats. Count goes to 0-2 on Will Calcaterra.
Yeah, on the other side, Jacob Skinner, he's still in the pen, hasn't been warming up. 85 pitches through 3 innings for Palacios. I personally would think that that might end his night, as a lot of those pitchers have been in high-pressure situations. Also, over the span of just 3 innings, that will wear on your arm.
You got to look at the numbers from Calcaterra, batting under 200 this season. He's had his struggles at the plate, getting the DH spot today in the 7th hole. Flew out in the 1st. 0-2 instead will go to first. As Bleeker picks off, checks in on Hoffman. Hoffman a moderate lead at first base. Bleeker's pitch is a breaking ball that it's cut on and missed. Calcaterra retired on strikes for the 2nd out.
Yeah, Calcaterra just fooled on the breaking ball. Didn't have much of a chance at that one. It'll be interesting to see if Hoffman gets aggressive off first now with 2 men out. A struggling hitter for the Zap and Monum stepping to the plate.
First pitch soared there on Mike Monum, who comes up empty on the pitch on the inner part of the plate. You talk about the struggles. You saw the numbers for Monum as well, batting under 200. Just above 100 at 125 entering today. Went down a bit after a flyout his first time up in the 2nd. Breaking ball's fouled away. Well, if you're head coach Justice Scott, what you're seeing at least over these last 2 batters, if he's able to get Monum here, we might see Bridges out for a 5th inning. Pardon me, Bleeker. Now, the Cade Bleeker and Cade Bridges can't have them both pitching in the game. I'm going to get confused. Tyler Hoffman still off of first. Count 0-2 on Monum. Pitch from Bleeker. Monum fouls it straight back. Hoffman was going on the pitch. He'll have to go back. We'll do it again.
Yeah, interesting to see Hoffman going on the 0-2. The only reason you might not want it is if Hoffman's thrown out, then Mike Monum would lead off the next inning for the Zap versus Emiliano Curiel, the 9-hitter, who's hitting a much better .225 on the season. So that's just an interesting thing to take into consideration if the Zap are going to send Hoffman here.
The only stolen base attempt by either side this game was Emiliano Curiel. He was thrown out in the 2nd. Hoffman goes again on the 0-2. The pitch is outside. Green's throw down to second is a beautiful one, and that's out number 3. Hoffman is gunned down on the base paths. And that's 3 innings in a row where Cade Bleeker faces the minimum. Another helpful throw behind the plate by Chance Green, who's caught 2 runners stealing today. The Zap with a 0 in the 4th. Sasquatch looking to take their first lead of the game when we return.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is here when you need us. On the gridiron or the grill, for touchdown dancers, in the home team, for the extreme or the everyday, feeling the burn or feeling the love. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for everyday athletes like you. Watch out, she's still going.
Surprising. so untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
And sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever, getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
Palacios, a high pitch count. He's back out there for a fourth, and you're a little bit surprised, Evan.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. 85 pitches, a lot of high pressure at bats over just 3 innings. I mean, 85 pitches, even if you go through 6 innings, it's spread out over more time. When it's in just 3 innings over a shorter period of time, that's going to wear on a pitcher's arm. Yeah, I'm surprised to see him back out here for the bottom of the 4th.
We'll see how long the leash is here on Palacios in the 4th, as we're 8-9 and 1 in the order, so maybe he faces 8-9, and then when Ryan Bachman comes up for a 3rd time, assuming he gets these first 2 outs, maybe that will be the end of the night for Palacios. Only time will tell, as Chance Green is at the plate. What a day it's been for Chance Green behind the dish, as he's caught 2 runners stealing today, Emiliano Curiel in the 2nd and Tyler Hoffman to end the top of the 4th inning. He's also reached on an error, so can't have a much better first 4 innings if you're Chance Green today. Guy who's been struggling at the plate and even struggling behind the dish for that matter defensively in terms of throwing guys out. I talked with head coach Justice Scott before today's game. Obviously that's been a theme that we've talked about quite a bit this season, is the defensive catching and the throwing guys out, and he said the pitching staff has done a lot better as well with holding guys on. And maybe a bit of that in that last half inning as well, as Hoffman didn't have a huge lead off first. Bleeker is pretty fast to the plate. Pitching and catching, both guys have been doing it better. It's resulted in more guys getting thrown out on the base paths. Chance Green's aboard for a 2nd time. He leads off the 4th with a walk.
Yeah, Palacios a little frustrated on the mound. I don't even think he was frustrated with the 3-1 pitch that missed inside. It was the 2-1 pitch. That one looked right down the middle. Not sure where that one missed. So Palacios giving up a walk to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning here.
Brings up Micah Wallette. Wallette struck out looking in his first at-bat in the 2nd. He's the 9-hole hitter. The last guy to see Palacios for a 2nd time. Cuts and misses on the fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, Coach Jamie Haberger has had the tendency of letting pitchers go a little longer than one might expect. Ben Ersfeld has gone 110-plus pitches on 2 separate occasions. Jacob Swallow has thrown 100-plus in his last start. So this is going in tune with how Haberger has been making his decisions so far this season, letting Palacios go in the bottom of the 4th.
You talked about the lot of pitches, high leverage pitches as well, and he's only thrown about half of them for strikes. As Wallette lost one into shallow center field, long run out from center by Curiel, who gets under it in time to retire Wallette. That ball was sinking fast, but good speed to close down that baseball, and that's out number 1.
Yeah, that's an impressive jump on a ball from Curiel, who, as we just mentioned, his 2nd start out in center field. You know, it's a different angle out there, so it's good to see Curiel making the quick adjustment, running in on that ball to make the play.
And to finish the point there on the pitch count side of things for Palacios, 92 pitches, 51 of them for strikes, so he hasn't even really been commanding the zone at all that high rate either. About 50-50. Bachman takes in the dirt, ball 1. Just announced out on the PA here at the ballpark. Bachman just celebrating a birthday yesterday, June 18th. So happy birthday to Ryan Bachman, who turns 23, or turned 23 yesterday. Has spent 4 years with the Sasquatch, so good chunk of those years here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. 1-0, swing and miss. Ball and a strike on Ryan Bachman.
Green looked like he bluffed the steal there off of first base. took a couple quick steps over towards second before thinking better of that one. Count now even on Bachman.
Haven't seen a stolen base attempt yet for the Sasquatch. A couple wild pitches and a pass ball. Green again bluffs the steal. As the pitch is upstairs now, 2-1. Out of all the players you'd think who would be stealing, Chance Green would not be among the top. The catcher, not necessarily known for his speed on the base pass, but perhaps that's why he'd go. Maybe catch the pitching or the catching off guard of this Zap team. Guevara has not thrown down to first on a back pick yet. If Green tries it again, maybe they'll test him at first. No movement from Green this time as Bachman sends one in the air to left center field and well struck. Going back is Curiel, and on the track he makes the catch. Ryan Bachman put a charge into that one, but comes up just shy, flying out to the warning track in left center for the second out.
Yeah, the wind is coming in over to right field, possibly blowing in a little bit. It looked like it killed that ball, as I wasn't sure that one was going to stay in the ballpark off the bat of Bachman. However, now 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Yeah, we already saw Ryan Bachman. I mentioned not a lot of home runs at this ballpark. Ryan Bachman does have one of them, and it came on a ball that was hit pretty similarly out to left field, though that one was hit more towards the alley, probably about 370 or so feet out to left center field is the fence, and he maybe came up about 345, 350 feet. As they check in with Green at first base, a good scoop by Palizzi to save an error.
Well, the Zap have had some problems with pickoff moves, balls going past the first baseman. They had an error last night. And they've also, last night as well, Will Calcaterra threw a ball down from behind home plate into right field. So pickoff moves have been a problem for the Oahe Zap. As much as you want to hold runners on here with 2 outs, you want to make sure you're not giving away free bases.
0-2, Finn rips one into left field. That'll keep the inning alive. A 2-strike single off the bat of Kyle Finn extends the inning for Patrick Rakes.
And Haberger out on the steps. Skinner, the lefty, warming up in the pen. Rakes, the lefty, coming to the plate. We'll see if this is the time that he makes the move.
Palacios is an even 100 pitches.
Haberger just checked down with Skinner to see if he's ready.
Well, right now it looks like he's going to face him.
That is what it looks like.
He's going to face him here. First and second with 2 away. Patrick Rakes at the dish. 101st pitch of the game is outside. Ball 1 to Patrick Rakes.
Yeah, Skinner has now stopped throwing. This will be the last batter Palacios faces.
The Zap are hoping it's the end of the 4th inning. The Sasquatch are hoping for a hit, knock him out of the ball game, and take the first lead. Score tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 4th. Patrick Rakes with 2 on and 2 away. Takes again to make it 2-0. Rakes a single in the 1st inning, struck out looking in the 3rd. 1 for 2 for Patrick Rakes, who's among the team best in batting average. .333 entering today. On 2-0, takes a well-located fastball on the corner for 2-1.
Yeah, Rakes still in the hitter's count, 2-1 here with runners on first and second. Palacios looks like he's trying to work the corners. He hasn't been attacking hitters like he was in the early innings of this game.
2-1's fouled away. Gets back in the count, 2-2.
Yeah, once again, that pitch on the very edge of the plate. Well placed from Palacios. Now a 2-2 count. What's going to be the put-away pitch here? Does he go back to the off-speed? Does he try and go with the high heat? We'll see as the count 2-2 on Rakes.
Well, everything's been away in this at-bat. 2 pitches that missed off the outer edge, and then 2 pitches now that caught the zone on the outside part of the plate. Does he dare go inside to the powerful lefty? Home plate umpire will get his mask back on as we get set for a 2-2 pitch. Chance Green off of second. Kyle Finn off of first. Score tied at 3. Patrick Rakes looking to change it at the dish. Another pitch to the outer part of the plate, and again he misses. Full count, runners will be on the move. The Zap know that Patrick Rakes is a pull-type hitter. They've got the shortstop Buck Snabs right behind the bag at second base, expecting Rakes to pull. Full count pitch from Palacios. Runners take off. And again, the outside corner. This time it catches the zone. And Patrick Rakes is down on strikes looking for a second time. Big strikeout in what's probably the last batter of the game for Nathan Palacios. He finishes 4 innings, and the score tied at 3.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
When you venture to Spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a Spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
Games is at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. When you're looking for the latest and greatest games, the Lodge is the place for you, as we are constantly updating our gaming floor with new and exciting games. There's always something fresh and fun at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort, your home for the newest games.
Top of the 5th, score tied at 3. Cade Bleeker back out there on the mound. Cade Bridges has stopped throwing in the bullpen, so looks like Cade Bleeker will try to work through this top of the 5th. And speaking of bullpen guys, Aiden Torpy will join us for the home half of the 5th. You'll get to hear our conversation. It's the first time we'll bring up Torpy. Excited to hear what kinds of things he has in store for us in the bottom of the 5th. And of course, hoping he can bring some offense for the Sasquatch, who've fell behind 3-0 in the top of the 1st inning. Since then, they've scored 3 unanswered to tie this ball game. Last runs came in the bottom of the 3rd. Both teams scoreless in the 4th, and now Mike Monham behind in the count here 0-2. It's Monham, Curiel, and Jackson Nix. 8-9-1 for the Zap in the 5th.
Yeah, Monham making the appearance as he was at the plate when Tyler Hoffman was thrown out at second base. And the reason that's such a big deal, Monham has been struggling at the plate, 125. He's had 18 strikeouts in just 34 plate appearances. And so that is a risk when you send Hoffman, is that Monham would lead off this inning.
2 straight balls now after an 0-2 count. Works it back to an even. Monham didn't strike out, but he was retired in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning. A fly out to left. Flies this one into shallow center field. Coleman and Bachman both retreating. Who's going to call him off? It's the shortstop, Micah Coleman, who goes into a tumble. Puts up the glove. He's secured the ball. And that's the first out. A nice play by Coleman. So out number 1 brings up Emiliano Curiel. Curiel walked his first plate appearance in the 2nd inning and was thrown out trying to steal second base. Mentioned Chance Green is behind the dish today, is 2 of 2 catching runners stealing today. A welcome change for the Sasquatch backstop. His first pitch sails high. Pitch count for Cade Bleeker in this game. We talked about quite a bit on the other side of things with Palacios for the Zap, whose afternoon is going to be done after 4 innings, 106 pitches. Cade Bleeker has now just thrown his 72nd. This is his 73rd. And it's popped up behind the plate. Chance Green in foul territory. Takes off the helmet and puts it away. A pair of pop-outs in this half inning and 2 outs.
Yeah, well, the key to Cade Bleeker's outing has been attacking the zone. He gave up just 1 walk, that coming back in the 1st inning. Despite facing those 7 hitters, he got through them quickly. He attacked the zone. Just a couple hard hit balls from Guevara, Palizzi, Snaps, and Hoffman. But that still meant he worked quickly as he's settled in. Hasn't given up a run since. So Bleeker now in the 5th could even be working through 6 innings here tonight.
First pitch to Jackson Mixes upstairs. Yeah, I mean, he settled in nicely. 4 hits on the day. 3 of them came in the first inning. Tyler Hoffman tacked on 1 more in the top of the 4th. And this is now a chance for Bleecker to face the minimum in a 4th straight inning. He faced 7 batters in the first inning, but he's only needed to face 3 in the next 4, and it might be the end of that streak as there's a base hit up the middle for Jackson Mix, a 2-out single. Keeps the 5th inning alive for the Zap.
Yeah, good piece of hitting there from Mix. The pitch on the outside part of the plate. Mix not trying to do too much with that ball, taking it on the ground up the middle. Zap now with the runner on first and 2 men out.
Bring up the third baseman, Aiden Johnson. Walk and a strikeout for Johnson today. He also scored a run back in the first run of the game. Jackson Mix off of first. It's in there for strike 1. Well, seeing how Chance Green's been behind the plate, would you think about a steal here for Jackson Mix?
I don't think you would, and part of the reason behind that is you have Leandro Guevara and Vince Polizzi sitting on deck in the whole most dangerous part of the Zap lineup. So if Aiden Johnson were to get a hit here, you'd be confident in your hitters following.
Good looking pitch there from Bleecker. Gets ahead of Johnson here 0-2.
Mix also doesn't have a stolen base yet on the season, so not the type of runner who you'd get aggressive with.
Stays put on the 0-2, and the pitch is upstairs. Ball and 2 strikes on Johnson. Yeah, this is a big out if Bleecker can get it. Like you mentioned, Guevara, Polizzi looming on deck and in the hole. If he can get Johnson here, finish off a 5th inning, what could be his final inning. Keep this ball game tied. 1-2 is in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bleecker has 2 wins already on the season, and if he can get this out, the Sasquatch take the lead and hold on the rest of the way, could be in line for another win.
That's a big what if.
2-2. That's in there for strike 3. Johnson down looking. And that will end the top of the 5th. But when we come back, we'll have Aiden Torpy up here in the booth for the bottom of the 5th. Sasquatch offense looking for a run.
For the newest games is at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort. When you're looking for the latest and greatest games, the Lodge is the place for you, as we are constantly updating our gaming floor with new and exciting games. There's always something fresh and fun at the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort, your home for the newest games.
So they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
The day is done for Nathan Palacios. He gives way to the bullpen, and Jacob Skinner will take over here in the bottom of the 5th. I'm joined alongside Aiden Torpy here for the home half of the 5th, and it's not just Aiden Torpy, as I guess we've got some guests behind us. We got Seth Nelson and Lane Syme who are going to be joining us for this bottom of the 5th inning. But first of all, Aiden, thanks so much for coming up here in the bottom of the 5th. And obviously you're from Sydney, Australia, so this should be a fun half inning as we'll get to hear your Australian accent. I got to just ask you first off the bat, how often does that get brought up when someone meets you for the first time?
I guess it depends. Sometimes you're not really expecting it, so it kind of glides under the radar. But as you have a longer conversation with people, like, they tend to start picking up on it, and then they ask the questions.
Well, Aiden, you joined the team a little bit late into the season, but getting to know these guys, I mean, obviously we've got clearly some characters behind the scenes.
Yep, for
as
sure.
we'll, I'm sure we'll have people that are going to be paying attention to what's going on behind the scenes. It'll be tough for me not to, but since joining the team, I mean, what was your first impression getting to know some of the guys? Who were some of the first guys you got to know?
I would say the guys right behind me right now, actually. I got in the same day as Seth, and we were kind of just shagging BP out in right field, and we kind of just started talking, and then met Lane right here as well. These two guys, probably the first couple, and then from then on it was pretty easy. Obviously Seth was here last year, so it was easy to make connections through that. And then I've really enjoyed it so far.
Well, Seth is very good at keeping a straight face. We'll see if he can do it the whole time. Lane almost cracked there once. We'll see if he can make it through the whole half inning in character or whatever the plan is for the half inning. It's 4, 5, 6 in the order, beginning with Javier Marcial, then Jordan Bowman, and Micah Coleman going against Jacob Skinner, the new pitcher on the mound. After Palacios goes 4 innings, he won't factor in the decision. Score tied at 3. Well, Torpy, one of the things that stands out on the mound when you pitch is obviously your delivery, not straight overhand, sort of that sidearm delivery. At what point in your career did you make the transition from maybe the more standard, normal delivery to what we see now? There's a base hit for Marcial. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was actually a couple months ago. It's probably 3/4 of the way through the season this year at Augustana. I kind of messed around with it in the bullpen every now and then. And one day I was throwing it, and the coach said, let's try a bullpen out with that kind of sidearm delivery. And kind of just clicked from there. I wasn't getting too much game time, so I thought might as well try something different and see what happens, and it's working out so far.
Is there anything different about the sidearm delivery that helps you out? Is it more velocity, more control? Is there anything that sort of stood out as different in that change?
I think control's been the biggest thing. I feel more comfortable. It feels more natural for me. Like, I think I'm kind of naturally a more whippy pitcher, and it just feels more comfortable for my arm to come from a sidearm delivery. So,
well, one of the things as well about sidearm in general, I hear a lot of the time, is it's sort of easier on your arm. It's more like the natural flow. You don't put as much pressure going overhand. Was that any factor in the decision, or?
Yeah, slightly. I think my arm at times give me a little trouble. I think kind of towards the front of the shoulder. And yeah, I think for me it's just it feels easier on the arm and less pain. So kind of it's working for me at the moment. So kind of been just going along with it.
Well, you obviously as well are from Augustana University, go to school here in South Dakota, coming over from Australia, still spending time here in the summer in South Dakota. Do you have any favorite things or any things that are very different from the lifestyle in Australia versus what it's like in Augustana or in South Dakota?
Well, I guess being from Australia, I'm a very outdoors person. I love nature. I love, getting outside and going on an adventure. So I think the Black Hills was really attractive for me to come to because it's got everything you kind of want to hope for in your days off. You can go explore. At Augustana, it's kind of more just worry about school, worry about baseball, kind of that college experience. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it out here so far.
Well, talking about the outdoorsy life of Australia, I gotta ask. So, to what extent are the bugs and everything a factor in Australia? Where would you rank that myth? Is it a myth or is it a fact?
It's a fact to an extent. I think it depends on the location. I mean, I'm lucky enough to live kind of by the ocean, kind of in a pretty urban setting, so we don't really see them too much at the moment. But if you go out in the country or the outback, they're certainly there. But I don't come across them as often as people may think. Yeah.
Well, the other thing about Australia, a question more so courtesy of our amazing video production intern, Stephen Hogenkamp. He said, we got to ask you this, Vegemite.
Yeah.
Where do we stand?
I personally like Vegemite.
Okay.
I normally bring a jar when I first come over and let people try it. I think people don't like it as much because of the way they try it. They normally try it straight out of the spoon. And
what's the best way to have it?
You got to have it on toast with like a good spread of butter and Vegemite.
Okay.
If you're taking a spoonful as it is straight out of the jar, like I'll tolerate it, but it's not the best way to eat it.
All right. Well, I can tell you, our video production intern Stephen Hogenkamp, he's on the no side of the Vegemite debate, but
yeah, there's a lot more people on the no than the yes side, but there's nothing really in between. I feel like you either like it or you hate it. So. And most people from Australia like it for the most part. So
Jacob Skinner pinwheels and checks in on Javier Marcial at second base. Javier Marcial and Jordan Bowman both with singles in the half inning. They're at first and second. I'm up here in the booth with Aiden Torpy here in the home half of the fifth. Sasquatch looking to take the lead as the 2-1 pitch is in their first strike. Count even here on Coleman. Well, getting to know some of the guys. Obviously, we've seen two guys at the plate already this half inning who have certainly had their fair share of good plate appearances, at least over the last stretch. Is there any guy that's sort of stood out to you on the offensive side that you've gotten to know and gotten to see in games that's really impressed you with the way they swing the bat?
I couldn't probably pinpoint one guy here or there because everyone's kind of clicking at the moment. You'll have a guy each game that maybe stands out, but over the stretch, everyone kind of works together, kind of, hits balls hard, put in good at-bats, and I think we're starting to figure out as a team what works. And, I mean, as we've seen, we weren't off to a very hot start, but as we got the players start arriving and got more comfortable with our team, it started to click for us. So.
Well, Micah Coleman's already worked a great at-bat today. He's had 2 great at-bats, a ground out that went 9 pitches, an RBI double in the 3rd inning. He's working another good at-bat here in the 5th. The count stays here 2-2. Got to ask you as well about the jerseys. It's a blue out, obviously, so we've got all the fans in blue. We're all color-coordinated blue as well. The blue jerseys, where if you had to rank Sasquatch jerseys, are you a big fan of the blue alternates? Is that your favorite jersey?
I do like the blue. I'd say it's, I think, one of the top 2. I do like the whites as well.
This one's flared in the air to right field. That gets past Monum in right field. Scoring from second is Marcial. Going to third is Jordan Bowman. That's an RBI double off the end of the bat for Micah Coleman. And the Sasquatch have the lead here. It's 4-3. Well, the Sasquatch will take it any way they can get it. That one wasn't hit maybe the hardest off the bat of Micah Coleman, but still winds up a double, and the Sasquatch have the lead. Talking about you out, obviously, in the bullpen, spending time during the game in the bullpen, getting to talk with those guys. What kind of things do you guys get up to during a game, conversation-wise, and having fun passing time out in the bullpen?
Yeah, it kind of ranges a whole bunch. I like to kind of mix my time, so I'll be in the bullpen a bit, but I also like to be in the dugout, kind of being right alongside the action. So, I mean, topics can range from what's happening in the game to something just completely different. But I kind of try and mix it up. I mean, we try not to stick to the same conversation every time. But yeah, no, it's been really good. Really enjoyed it. I mean, yeah, I think it also depends where we play. Some places have better bullpens, so you kind of spend your time down there. While at home, we got the Sasquatch crowd here, kind of interact with them more from the dugout, so that's kind of fun there too.
Count is 0-2 here on Ben Tate. Runners at second and third. Bowman at third. Coleman at second. Sasquatch now in the lead 4-3. Pitch from Skinner's in the dirt, blocked by Guevara. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tate. Talking about the home crowd here at the Sasquatch and getting to interact with them. We've seen a whole bunch of players involved in some of the games on the field. Is that something you'd think about partaking in and doing any of those games?
Possibly. We'll see if there's a fun one that pops up that I might like to try. We'll see what happens.
Tate, hard hit to third, across the diamond. That's the first out.
Yeah, I think it also depends what part of the game it is as well. Like, I guess being part of the bullpen, you got to always be ready for that. So you can't always sign up for the Sasquatch round late in the games. Got to be careful with those. So
yeah, we saw Seth Nelson do the Sasquatch 400. It seemed like maybe 2 minutes after he had an at-bat, so I'm not sure how quickly he got ready for that. But talking about the back end of the bullpen as well, is that something you want to be sort of the closer in the 9th inning role? Is that where you're more comfortable? Is there a frame or an outing that you feel most comfortable in, or is any time good?
Any time's pretty good for me. I'm kind of comfortable with whatever the team needs. Obviously, our pitching stocks have gotten better in the past couple of weeks, just with more guys coming in. So I'm happy with my role as it is. But if we lose guys or there's a role for me to go longer in the middle of the game, I'm happy to do that as well. I mean, whatever gets me on the mound works for me. So.
Inside to Chance Green, 1 ball, 1 strike on the catcher. He's had 2 productive at-bats. Reached on an error and walked so far today. Also threw 2 guys out on the base paths. Curious to hear sort of what you've thought about the catching staff, and obviously you coming from college, you sort of maybe know the catchers a little bit more, getting to spend a whole college year with these guys and see sort of the same guys every day. And here in summer ball, you know, first time meeting a catcher, first time you're telling them your pitches. What is that process like when you're trying to tell them what you like to throw and what kind of count, and sort of getting to know these catchers?
I think it's for the most part, I found it pretty easy. You know, the catchers are pretty open, and they kind of listen to what you're trying to do out on the mound, whether you're trying to work on a certain pitch or the way you like to pitch. They kind of try and coordinate with that the best you can. I mean, obviously each catcher has a different way of going about their business, but I found all catchers that I've thrown to so far have been really good. I know Nolan's my roommate as well, and he's just come, and I know he's been working hard with the catchers, you know, helping them out, because he's obviously been through the college for a number of years now, and some of the guys on our team are freshmen, so I think that's helping them out a lot at the moment as well.
Here's the 2-2, and fouled away by Green. We'll do it again. Up here in the booth with Aiden Torpy. Sasquatch with one run in this bottom half of the fifth inning, courtesy of an RBI double by Micah Coleman. First lead of the game for the Sasquatch, now 4-3. Jordan Bowman on third. Micah Coleman after his double, he's on second. And Chance Green, eighth hole hitter, looking to tack on some more runs for the Sasquatch here in the fifth. Jacob Skinner replaced Nathan Palacios after 4 innings. Out here for the fifth, and Green hits one in the air to center field. This might get a run home. Curiel under it. Bowman will tag from third. Throw comes into the infield, and it'll be a sac fly. Chance Green brings home another run, and the Sasquatch take a 5-3 lead. Got to ask for you as well. Is this the first time you've ever been in a broadcast booth or putting on a headset for a half inning?
It actually is, yeah. First time. But no, I've enjoyed it. I mean, something different, but I'm open to just trying out some new things.
Is this your first summer of summer ball as well?
I was in the Northwoods last year. So I played out at Kokomo, Indiana last year. So I had a summer out there. And then I could have gone back there this year, but it would have been a second half contract. So I wouldn't have been playing until like early July. And I thought if I have a full summer in the Black Hills, I mean, I don't think I'm going to go home either way to Australia. So it kind of makes more sense to be around and have something to do rather than in Sioux Falls for about 6 weeks, you know, with just me at the house, you know. So.
And you talked about as well when you touched on the catchers, maybe learning a new pitch or something. Is there something you're hoping to accomplish by the end of the summer? Is there a new pitch or getting better at a pitch or just like control? Is there something that's sort of the focal point for you this summer?
I think just mainly I'm pretty new to the side, so I guess getting comfortable with my off speed and kind of being able to throw that in any count. With my action, like it's harder for hitters to hit as it is the fastball. So if I can just command the fastball well and then have like a second or third pitch I can throw in any count, like I feel like it can be really effective. So kind of, yeah, just working on my command and already it feels more natural and easier for me. So been really happy with it so far.
Counts a ball and a strike on Wallette. Take it off for third was Micah Coleman. He's going to get there. The ball gets back to the screen. It's a stolen base for Micah Coleman. Now, sixth run of the game is standing 90 feet away at third base. 9-hole hitter Micah Wallette at the plate. 2 runs in for the Sasquatch in the bottom of the fifth inning, which puts Cade Bleeker in position for a win if the Sasquatch can hold on to things here against the Zap. Jacob Skinner trying to work through this fifth inning. 2-2's in the dirt. Full count on Wallette. Have you had a favorite? Have you had a favorite memory or thing that you've gotten to do with the team so far since coming here?
Well, obviously, I'm sure guys have touched on it in the past, but the bus rides home on away trips, you get to play Mafia, which is a big game. A lot of the guys play. And also just exploring on our day offs are the main thing, I think. We've been out to the lake as a team a couple times, just exploring the outdoors. So I'd say those two are the main things I've enjoyed the most.
Always a pleasure to be able to hang around the team as well as enjoy the time on the field. Part of what makes College summer ball is so great. Well, 2 runs for the Sasquatch at the bottom of the 5th. Aiden, thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth for this home half of the 5th. Let's hope you guys can lock this one down and come away with the win.
Yep.
Top of the 6th when we return. Sasquatch leader.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
In sports medicine is here when you need us. On the gridiron or the grill, for touchdown dancers, in the home team, for the extreme or the everyday, feeling the burn or feeling the love. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for everyday athletes like you. Watch out, she's still going.
Cade Bridges is out of the bullpen. He replaces Cade Bleeker, who goes 5 innings, allowing just 3 runs. And now they'll turn the ball over to the bullpen as Cade Bridges will get some action here in a 2-run ball game. Bridges will look to lock down this back end of the bullpen. Bridges has struggled a bit out of the bullpen. Hasn't had a whole lot of innings this season. This is just his 6th game played, 7 1/3 innings pitched entering today. And his ERA, not the prettiest, up above 10. We'll try to work through the middle part of the order, tasked with facing some of the more dangerous guys in this Oahe Zap order, beginning with Leandro Guevara, followed by Vince Polizzi and Buck Snabs. Again, a big thank you to Aiden Torpy for joining us for the home half of the 5th. I'm back up in the booth with Evan Epstein, the voice of the Zap. And a fly out to center field off the bat of Guevara. Good start for Bridges to begin the 6th.
Yeah, well hit ball from Guevara, but pretty much right at out there in center field. Ari, I gotta say, I feel like I was hoping to be away for the call for just a couple seconds. The bottom of the 5th inning running a little bit longer than I was hoping or anticipating. But I will say, great job by Jacob Skinner. Runners on 1st and 2nd, a bloop single, then a ground out to 3rd and 2 flyouts. You know, 2 runs given up by Skinner, but he did a good job of working his way through a tough inning.
Sasquatch left a runner stranded at 3rd as well to end that half inning, but they take their first lead of the game after falling behind 3-0. They've now scored 5 unanswered. And Vince Polizzi is at the plate, who's 1 for 2 on the day, and he pops one up along the right side. This might stay in play. Kyle Finn, right by the dugout, puts it away. Just past the dugout, right by the bullpen. He secures out number 2 on the pop-up.
Well, Bridges most certainly not intimidated by the middle part of the Oahe Zap lineup, going right at Leandro Guevara and Vince Polizzi, getting a line out to center field and a pop-up over in foul territory down the first base side. Bridges looking good here in the early going.
Brings up Buck Snabs, a quiet bat to this point today. He's 0 for 2. Grounds 1 to short. Coleman towards the hole, throwing across the diamond in time. That's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Cade Bridges out of the bullpen. He sets down 3-4-5 in the order. Sasquatch bats coming back to the plate, leading 5-3.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Road trips are measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
So Jacob Skinner goes just 1 inning, 2 runs allowed, but neither of them earned after an error in that half inning, and brings the bullpen door once again open, and Julius Cass will come out.
Yeah, Julius Cass has struggled a little bit with his command of the zone in this season. His last 2 starts against the Casper Spuds, one coming back on June 13th at Hyde Stadium. He walked 2 hitters in the top of the 9th inning. That was all he would go before he was pulled in the game. Then on June 15th in Casper, he went 2/3 innings, giving up 7 runs on 2 walks and 4 hits. In 8 innings of work so far this year for Cass, he's given up just 8 hits, but 19 walks has been the issue. So Cass looks to settle down here tonight and get his season back on track. He'll face the start of the Sasquatch order.
Yeah, well, just like Cade Bridges on the other side of things, greeted with maybe not the most friendliest of hitters, the top of the order, Ryan Bachman at the plate, who skies one along the right field line. Ranging over is the right fielder Monum to put him away. And that's the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out of the bullpen for Cass.
And you know, sometimes that's what does it for a pitcher. Attacking Bachman on the first pitch, he gets a fly out to right field. Let's see if that allows Cass to settle in here in Spearfish.
Brings up Kyle Finn, 1 for 3 afternoon for the first baseman today. As Cass misses with that pitch. 3 runs on 5 hits and 2 errors for the Oahe Zap. 5 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Sasquatch today. Sasquatch looking to extend the lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Trailed 3-0 after 1, but 5 unanswered runs have given them the lead here on this beautiful afternoon here at the ballpark. Sun finally setting along the right side. The pitch is in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike on Finn.
So it'll be interesting to see as we go back to the bottom of the 5th inning. There was a ground ball hit to Buck Snabs. Snabs unable to field it. On the scoreboard, currently an error, but it might have gone down in the official scorebook as a hit. So 1 run will remain earned or unearned depending on that decision, but we will wait to see how that one is called.
Count even here on Finn after the fastball finds the zone there from Cass. Now the 2-2. And a swing and a miss as Finn was out in front of the breaking ball. First strikeout for Julius Cass out of the bullpen, and that's quickly 2 away.
Cass looks very comfortable on the mound right now, attacking Finn with the breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Finn out ahead of it. This looks like a new pitcher here right now tonight.
Brings up Patrick Rakes, who's been a strikeout victim twice in 3 trips today. Although the umpire maybe hasn't been on his side. Both pitches borderline strike 3 calls, and he was retired looking on a strikeout in both the 3rd and 4th inning. Singles back in the 1st, so a 1 for 3 day for Patrick Rakes. Right in line with his .333 batting average. 1-0 chop foul. Count a ball and a strike on the left fielder.
And so it'll be interesting to see what the game plan is for the Zap bullpen going forward in this one. Cass working well here in the bottom of the 6th. Would expect to see him back out in the 7th if he can get through this one cleanly. You can have guys like Lucas Creighton up in the pen who might be slated to come into this game. Possibly Angel Escobar has been the #1 guy out of the pen to this point this season. So we will see what the plan is moving forwards.
This was lined in the left center field. That's a base hit for Patrick Rakes, his second hit of the game. It's another single off the bat of Rakes and keeps the 6th inning alive for the Sasquatch, who have not gone down in order yet this game. Two out base runner for the Sasquatch as Javier Marcial will dig in.
Now this is going to be an important batter here for Julius Cass. Cass now giving up a hit. Let's see if he settles in and continues to attack the zone here on Marcial.
Drops in a breaking ball for strike 1. Another good day at the plate for Marcial, who continues to swing a hot bat in the month of June. RBI triple in the 3rd inning. Reached on an error, like you mentioned, in the 5th inning. Questionable error/hit on a hard ground ball to Buck Snabs. Either way, he's reached base in 2 of 3 trips. Patrick Rakes was running on the pitch. Won't matter. He'll have to retreat after a foul ball. Moves it to an 0-2 count.
Seeing a lot of confidence on the mound from Julius Cass right now. He's working much more quickly than he has in his past outings. And that has shown in his command of his pitches. Attacking with both breaking balls and fastballs. He's only spiked 1 down in the dirt. That's been a problem early in the season. Now an 0-2 count on Marcial.
Rakes stays put this time. This one's in the dirt and gets away from Guevara. A wild pitch allowing Patrick Rakes to move up 90 feet.
Well, now 2
Right
down
on
in
cue.
the dirt.
So now a chance for Marcial to bring home another run for the Sasquatch. His 2-out hitting has been a bit of a factor in the game for the Spearfish Sasquatch today. Another 2-out single already in this half inning for Patrick Rakes. 1-2 pitch is cut on and missed. And the second strikeout of the inning retires Marcial. And that ends the top of the 6th. We've played 6 here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. The Sasquatch lead this one 5-3.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes. At our clinic locations throughout the region. And at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us. Working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger. Getting better. Getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine. Here for whatever moves you.
It's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
The 7th inning, Cade Bridges is banked out there for a second inning of work as he'll face Tyler Hoffman, Will Calcaterra, and Mike Bonham, 6, 7, 8 in the order for the Oahe Zap. Bridges worked a clean top of the 6th inning, retiring the Zap in order. And since the 1st inning, the Zap have been retired in order in 4 of the last 5 innings. A couple hits scattered and a walk as well, but a couple caught stealings have wiped off any threat for the Zap offensively. Cade Bridges working again in another high leverage inning. Only a 2-run ball game and a quiet Sasquatch bullpen. They're going to look for 2 innings of work for Bridges out of the bullpen. The beer batter Tyler Hoffman at the plate has had a productive day, a pair of hits, and I can't remember the last time we've gotten a beer batter strikeout here at the ballpark. Maybe a little curse of the beer batter is, seems like the beer batters are hitting well. Maybe a little incentive knowing they're the beer batter, but either way, Tyler Hoffman's had a good day at the plate, looking to get on base and bring the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, Hoffman has been hot ever since coming back from injury. As mentioned earlier, the 6-game hit streak technically broken yesterday as he was 0 for 1 with the hit by pitch coming into the game late. He's now worked a 3-1 count here, continuing to see the ball well out of the hand of Bridges, taking a couple of good breaking balls outside the plate.
Well, walks and hit by pitches have certainly been a bit of a thing for Cade Bridges. This time it's a hard hit baseball up the middle and make it a 3-for-3 day for Tyler Hoffman. As the Zap have 6 hits and Tyler Hoffman has 3 of them. 3 singles. That begins the offense for the Zap in the 7th.
Yeah, that's Hoffman's first 3-hit game of the season. Right back up the middle. I mean, he is seeing the baseball so well right now. Middle, takes it back up the middle. That's pretty sound technique there from the outfielder.
Bridges able to avoid the walk, but he gives one to Hoffman, allowing the single. Gets a swing and miss on Will Calcaterra. 0 for 2 day for the DH today. A fly out and a strikeout for Calcaterra. Hoffman a small lead off first. Bridges comes home and it's fouled away. Quickly 0-2.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see if Hoffman is running again here. The Zap have been caught stealing twice on the base paths tonight. That's now 5 over the past 3 games against the Sasquatch, so minimal success on the base paths as of late.
Bridges checks in there with a pickoff. Hoffman, like you mentioned, was caught stealing in the 4th. Here's the 0-2. Hoffman takes off. It's swing and a miss. The throw down to second is not in time. What a move by Ryan Bachman to nearly apply that tag in time to catch Hoffman. Instead, it's a stolen base. They can't get the strike him out, throw him out. Out number 1 on the board, but the runner advances to second.
Well, Haberger staying aggressive on the base paths, sending Hoffman on that one. The throw likely beat him down, but it was a little bit offline. That forced Bachman to have to come back with the tag. A more accurate throw, there was a chance that Hoffman would have been out. Nonetheless, a bang-bang play at second base. The Zap now a runner in scoring position with 1 man out, looking to chip away at a 2-run deficit.
Head coach Justice Scott likely asked the home plate umpire if he had a better view and if he wanted to go out and talk with the second base umpire, but didn't see it from behind the plate, and so it'll wind up a stolen base for Tyler Hoffman. Runner on second with 1 away. Bottom part of the order for the Zap. The 8th hole hitter, Mike Monum, who's 0 for 2 on the day. A fastball just misses. Sasquatch dugout wanted that one. And Bridges falls behind here, a ball and no strikes.
Yeah, this is a big at-bat here for Monum. A productive at-bat could get him going.
And on the hands of foul away.
Monum 0 for 2 so far on the day.
Now these next 2 hitters, big ones for Bridges, of course. Top of the order, Jackson Mix now in the hole. If Bridges can retire Monum and Curiel, he wouldn't have to face Mix or the top of the order and get out of this inning cleanly. Fly ball from Monum drifts into foul territory. Bridges, the big thing for him all season long has been the command. Today, it's looked much better. Got into a 3-ball count to Tyler Hoffman, resulted in a single, but looked good in the 6th inning, has looked so far just as good in the 7th inning as he's ahead of Monum 1-2. And the fastball drifts up and away. This one's going to get away from Chance Green. Wild pitch from Bridges moves Hoffman 90 feet away. The Zapper now looking to get that 4th run across, their first run since the 1st inning.
And so now even more crucial that that Mike Monum puts the ball in play. A runner just 90 feet away and 1 out within a 2-2 count. Looks like the infield will stay back for the Sasquatch.
2-2, that's in the air to left field. This will probably get the run home. Coming in is Rakes. He goes into a dive and he can't make the play. Single from Monum. Scoring from third is Hoffman. Monum will stay at first. The RBI base hit moves the Zap within one. It's 5-4.
Yeah, a huge base hit there from Mike Monum. The Zap have been a little bit stagnant ever since the first inning. They've picked up 3 hits between the second and fifth. Now 2 here coming in the seventh. And so good to see Mike Monum getting back on track with an RBI single.
Brings up the 9-hole hitter, Emiliano Curiel Montijo, who is 0 for 1 today. He walked in the second, was caught stealing, and then popped out in the fifth. Top of the order, Jackson Mix waiting on deck if Sasquatch can't turn a double play here to get out of this half inning. Cade Bridges, this is his second inning of work. Came in relief of Bleeker as this one's just foul along the third base line. Nearly hit the bag off the bat of Curiel. That would have been trouble for the Sasquatch. Instead, it's strike one.
Yeah, Curiel, an interesting approach at the plate. High hands, and they are fast once he loads to the baseball. Tends to go the other way with the ball, but he'll take it to any part of the ballpark.
Big hole on the left or on the right side. Bachman's shading more towards the bag. And Curiel does go the opposite way, but foul it off, and so count is 0-2. Sasquatch would love a double play here to get out of this inning, but a strikeout would be great as well. Anything that keeps Monum put at first base and gets Bridges one more out away from keeping the Sasquatch in the lead. Another step off and a throw over to first to check on Monum.
Ari, we're both Yankee fans. I'll see if this swing reminds you of anyone. Try Derek Jeter a little bit.
I mean, I'd have to watch and scrutinize that one. I don't know. 0-2. This is in the air to center field. Should be playable for Wallet, who drifts in and puts away out number 2 on the fly out to Curiel. So 2 away now, and the top of the order coming up in the form of Jackson Mix.
Makes a base hit back up the middle in his last at-bat in the fifth, sitting at 1 for 3 on the day.
Still a quiet bullpen right now for the Sasquatch. Nobody up and throwing as Cade Bridges has been able to work effectively. I mean, I've talked about his control. 22 pitches and 16 strikes. That's a very encouraging sign for a guy who had a lot of struggles with command. Walked 12 batters and hit 6 in his first 6 2/3 innings. He's looked better over his last 3 or 4 outings. Trying to deliver 2 strong innings, keep the Sasquatch in the lead as Mix fouls one off along the left side. Rakes won't be able to get there in time.
Yeah, same thing in the Zap bullpen. Julius Cass will be coming back on the mound in the bottom of the 7th inning, looking to continue what was a strong start back in the 6th.
So ball and a strike with 2 away. Mike Monum off of first after his RBI single brought home Tyler Hoffman to give the Zap their first run since the first inning and make it a 5-4 ball game. Bridges paints the outside corner with a fastball to move the count to 1-2. Zap dugout unhappy with that one. Seen plenty of pitches on the outer part of the plate called strikes for both teams thus far. That outside corner has been a little bit big for both of these pitchers. We'll see if Bridges tries it again. 1-2. Does go back to the outer part of the plate and Mix stays alive.
Good job by Mix there. Just getting the bat on the ball with the runner on base and a 2-strike count.
Going out to talk to the mound here now is the catcher Chance Green. Gives us a chance to update you on what's going around the ILB today. The Hastings Sodbusters 15-3 win over the Nebraska Plainsmen. Of course, you've got this game in action, and then the third game in action around the ILB today is a matchup between 2 of the top teams, the Casper Spuds and Fremont Moo. The Moo lead that one 3-1 in what's been a pitcher's duel. Only 5 hits between the 2 teams combined. That game's in the 8th inning. Fremont Moo lead it 3-1. 1-2's up and away. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mix.
You know, this would be an interesting spot to see if Haberger gets aggressive once again. Monum's got a lot of speed. You have the top of the order up here for the Zap. Even if Monum is thrown out down at second, you would have top of the lineup coming up next inning in the 8th.
Stays put here on 2-2, and Mix fouls it away. Good at bat being put together here by Jackson Mix, making Bridges work for that third out. Like you mentioned, guys behind, certainly powerful bats. You've got Aiden Johnson waiting on deck, and then the middle part of the order, Guevara, Palizzi, looming here in the 7th inning if Bridges can't get out of it here. 2-2. That's just off the outer edge. Now the count goes full, and now Monum will be moving, and a ball in the gap could tie the game.
Looked like a slider trying to catch the outside corner on the lefty in Mix. A good competitive pitch from Bridges, just missing off the outside.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Sasquatch leading it 5-4. Monum will go on the pitch from first. Here's the pitch from Bridges. Grounded to first. Playable for Finn. He'll take it to the bag himself, and the Sasquatch get out of it with just the 1 run allowed. Cade Bridges does his job through the 6th and 7th, and the Sasquatch will hold a 5-4 lead when we return here for the bottom of the 7th.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. And she loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice try.
Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
In Sports Medicine is here when you need us. On the gridiron or the grill, for touchdown dancers, and the home team, for the extreme or the everyday, feeling the burn or feeling the love. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for everyday athletes like you. Watch out, she's still going.
Zap got a run in the top of the 7th, but still trail it by 1. 5-4 the score. Sasquatch looking to grow this lead as they got the middle part of the order due up. Jordan Bowman, Micah Coleman, and Ben Tate. 3 that will come to the plate off of Julius Cass, who's back out there for a 2nd inning of work. Trying to quiet the Sasquatch offense and give the Zap a chance. We're down to just 6 outs offensively. Cass's first pitch to Bowman is in there for strike 1. Bowman's reached base all 3 times today, a pair of singles and a walk. He's also scored 2 runs. He's continued to be hot over his last few games. Powers one in the air to left fields. Going back on it is Hoffman. Drifting to his left, and now back to his right to put away Jordan Bowman. Fly out to left begins the 7th.
Nice play by Hoffman. High fly ball. Wind pushing towards right field. That's what drove Hoffman back to his right at the very end. Quick start here to the bottom of the 7th inning for Julius Cass, now 1 away.
Brings up Micah Coleman, who's had a great day at the plate today. 2 extra base hits, both of them doubles, and both of them bring home a run. 2 RBIs as part of a 2-for-3 day at the plate. all coming out of the 6th hole in the order. Mentioned already a couple times with Coleman, came to the team midway through, at least midway through this part of the season, midway through the first half, and it's been a productive bat for them, getting a lot of starts at shortstop. A couple guys out of the lineup there on the left side of the infield. Danny Cook, who also came late on the bench today, as is Matthew Gonzalez. 2 balls and a strike on Micah Coleman. Coleman at a .367 batting average entering today. He's now hit safely in 9 of 10 games he's played in, and his batting average probably creeping up close to 400 at this point. This pitch is fouled away. Now a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Coleman. No action in either bullpen. 2-2 in the dirt. Full count on Coleman, and I mean, you got to credit Micah Coleman today. Full count at bat resulted in a ground out in the 2nd inning. 9 pitches, a pair of doubles. He's been great at the plate, seeing the ball really well out of multiple pitchers now. Doing it again to Julius Cass, working a long at bat, and it results in a walk. What a day it's been for Micah Coleman, who is locked in at the plate today, on base for a 3rd time.
Yeah, the pitch to key in there was the 2-2 curveball, missing just low from Cass. That was a great take from Coleman to get to 3-2. The 3-2 pitch not necessarily as competitive. So Coleman now on in 3 out of his 4 appearances.
Going out to talk over things on the mound as Julius Cass will remain in this ballgame. Well, fans, come out for our 2nd fireworks night of the season. Already held 1 fireworks night, and you can celebrate the 4th of July a little bit early with fireworks night here at the ballpark, here at Black Hills Energy Stadium. Come out to the ballpark and enjoy a great fireworks show on June 28th when the Sasquatch take on the Plainsmen. First pitch at 6:05 p.m. on Friday, June 28th. Enjoy a day of fireworks and baseball at the ballpark. We wind down the first half of the season. I believe it ends after the game on Sunday, 5-game stretch at home here for the Sasquatch, and then they'll have 3 games off and then 7 more games at home. So first pitch misses to Ben Tate.
Yeah, so as Haberger went out to the mound, Lucas Creighton headed down to the Oahe Zap bullpen. Looks like he's next in line. So it'll be 2 lefties out of the pen today for the Zap.
That's a strike to Tate to even the count, 1-1. Tate, one of just 2 batters today for the Sasquatch who haven't reached base. Him and Wallette, I should say, out of the 9-hole. But it's been a productive day at the plate for Ben Tate, who brought home a run with an RBI groundout in the 2nd inning. That was the first run the Sasquatch scored. Check in on Coleman, who's back in plenty of time at first. Bottom 3rd of the order for the Sasquatch. 7th hitter in Ben Tate at the plate. Coleman takes off. The pitch is in the dirt, and the throw down to 2nd is not in time. A stolen base for Micah Coleman. He's now 2 of 2 on stolen bases today. And he gets into scoring position with 1 away.
Yeah, just the small things, though, for the Zap. Buck Snaps was backing up on the throw that got by Jackson Mix at 2nd base. That keeping the runner at 2nd base with 1 out. So not necessarily the flashiest of plays by the shortstop, but just continuing to make the right plays out at short.
So 1-2 count. The pitch was a strike to Tate. Pitch from Cass is swung on and missed. Tate down on strikes. A big out number 2 keeps Coleman at 2nd base and retires Tate down on strikes.
Yeah, already 2 strikeouts now for Cass, who is through 5 outs. It'll be Chance Green to step in.
Green's had a productive at-bat. All 3 of his trips to the plate. Reached on an error in the first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. Drew a walk in the 4th and then brought home a run with a sac fly in the 5th. Coleman dancing off 2nd. And Green lost one in the air to left center field. Ranging over is the center fielder Curiel, and he gets under it to retire Green for the 3rd out. Sasquatch will leave a runner stranded and hold a 1-run lead as we head to the 8th. 5-4 the score.
My favorite thing about Macero's, it's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
And sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever, getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
When you venture to Spearfish in the Black Hills of South Dakota, you'll find rugged hiking and biking trails, extreme rock climbs, and views that will take your breath away. Plan a Spearfish vacation and come find your adventure. Spearfish, my great place in South Dakota.
So Cade Bridges is back out there for another inning of work. The Zap just have 6 outs to work with offensively. Here in the top of the 8th inning, score 5-4 in favor of the Sasquatch. The Zap jumped out to an early 3-0 lead off of starter Cade Bleeker, but Bleeker was able to settle in really nicely, worked 4 shutout innings after that, ended up going 5 innings, allowing just 3 runs. Sasquatch offense came out and supported him, put up 5 unanswered, and then a run by the Zap in the top of the 7th inning have put us in a 5-4 ball game with the Zap middle part of their order. Most dangerous guy is set to come to the plate against Cade Bridges, but also Jackson Peters, who's warming in the Sasquatch bullpen in case Bridges gets into some trouble here. It's 2-3-4, Aiden Johnson, Leandro Guevara, and Vince Polizzi. 2-1 on Johnson.
Yeah, Haberger emphasizes the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings, the most important innings of every ball game, especially with the 2-3-4 hitters trailing by 1. This is going to be crucial here for the Zap.
It's popped up along the right side. It's a long run for Javier Marcial, who gets right up against the line and puts away Johnson. It's that fly ball hung in the air for a long time. Allowed the speedy Marcial to get it. That's out number 1 for Cade Bridges, who's looked really good through 2 1/3.
Yeah, that's an underrated play by Marcial out in right field. He had a lot of ground to cover, got a great jump on the ball, coming all the way into foul territory to record the first out of the inning.
Brings up a dangerous hitter in Leandro Guevara, who instantly made an impact in today's game with an RBI triple in the top of the 1st. Was retired his next 2 times to the plate, a strikeout in the 3rd and a flyout in the 6th. Looks like Andrew Argenziano may have replaced Peters in the bullpen and begun throwing. Could see Argenziano into this game after Bridges. First pitch pumped in there for a strike to Cade Bridges, and really big thing for Bridges, as we've talked about, should I say, as I've talked about many times this season, is the command, but today it's been much, much better. A lot of first pitch strikes coming after these hitters, and he's not scared of the big bats in this order. Even Leandro Guevara comes right after him with a first pitch fastball.
Yeah, he faced them back in the 6th inning, facing Guevara, Polizzi, and Snabs, working quickly. I believe it took him 4 pitches to get through both Guevara and Polizzi, with Guevara lining out to center and Polizzi popping up over to to foul territory off the first base bag.
Trying to work a 3rd inning. Bridges so far in the game, 2 hits allowed, no walks, 1 strikeout, and 1 run allowed. 1-1 pitch just misses to Guevara. Now a 2-ball, 1 strike count. It's in there for strike 2. I mean, we talked about, to bring up the theme back from the open. You talked about the Zap and playing complete ball games and how they haven't played a lot of complete ball games today. Certainly looks like the pitching has been solid. We mentioned, you know, off the wall stats, 7 runs per game is what the Sasquatch are averaging, as there's a base hit into left field. Finish that point in a second as Guevara will take a turnaround first and stop right there. 1-out single off the bat of Guevara. The Sasquatch were entering today's game averaging 7 runs per game, so the pitching staff, all things considered, has done their job. 5 runs allowed. The offense needs to pick it up and try to get them that 5th run.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you bring up in terms of the complete game. I think this has been the most complete game to this point the Zap have seen in a while at the plate. You put on 3 runs in the first. You continue to put hits on the board, even though they couldn't do much with the base runners. Get a scrappy run across in the 7th. Now Guevara leads off first in the 8th. They've had action on the base paths all night. Pitching has been good. It's just now a matter of fact of trying to finish this one out.
Palizzi checks his swing on a fastball upstairs. He appealed down to second. He went around. That's 2 strikes now on Palizzi. With 1 away, Guevara at first. Zap trailing by a run, though they have that tying run now on the base paths and a big power bat who could give the Zap the lead at the plate. 1 for 3 day for Vince Palizzi. RBI double. His only hit of the ball game. Ground out and a pop out his other 2 trips. And now a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
You know, interesting to see on that prior pitch, checking down to second base. You have the same angle as the home plate umpire, but a little farther away from the ball. It's a tough one to make as a field umpire.
Runner goes, and the hit and run executed perfectly. Palizzi grounds one to where shortstop would be playing, and it's into left field. That's a single for Vince Palizzi, and the Zap have runners on the corners as Guevara was going on the pitch. And now the tying run stands 90 feet away for the Zap.
Yeah, Coleman going down to cover second. He sees the ball hit back to his left, just can't react quick enough. A hard hit ball off the bat of Palizzi, game tying run, now just 90 feet away. The game's leading run for the Oahe Zap now on first base.
And that may be the end of the ball game for Cade Bridges as head coach Justice Scott will go out to the mound. If it is, I mean, can't really fault Bridges for that. That's a double play ball. He does his part, but obviously maybe a bit of a hit-and-run mindset there from Palizzi. He sees Coleman take off and maybe adjusts his swing to come up with a base hit. Either way, the Zap have runners on the corners. Buck Snabs is due up to the plate. There's a long conversation on the mound here between Justice Scott and the infields. Andrew Arganziano is continuing to throw in the bullpen, and head coach Justice Scott is going to leave him in. This is by far some of the best pitching we've seen from Cade Bridges in this season, and he's going to stick with his righty right now. Bridges is going to be tasked with trying to get the second out of the inning, and Buck Snabs is coming up to the plate. Now you've got a whole lot of factors probably as part of that mound visit. You've got, of course, Palizzi at first base. What do you do if he takes off for second? Always a potential bunt, sacrifice squeeze, suicide squeeze, though that's unlikely. No movement from Palizzi off first as the fastball misses outside. A ball and no strikes to Snabs.
Yeah, Snabs 0 for 3 so far today, but he's put the ball in play in each at-bat. Hard hit ball back in the first, a fly out over to right field in the 4th, grounded out to short back in the 6th. And it looks like the corner's in here for the Sasquatch. Third baseman even with the bag.
This is into right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. The game is tied. Scoring from third is Guevara. Inside out base hit for Buck Snabs. And his RBI single has tied the score at 5 here in the 8th.
Yeah, that's what you want to see in a situation where you're looking to put the ball in play. Get aggressive early in the count. Try and make contact. Snabs doing a great job getting that one out into right field. Zap now tying the ball game up, runners on first and second with just 1 man out.
And it brings up the guy who's been the best hitter for the Zap today, Tyler Hoffman, who has a third of the team's hits. 3 for 3 day at the plate for Tyler Hoffman. Takes ball 1. All singles. An RBI single in the first. Scored the run in the 7th inning. That made it a 5-4 ball game. Now 5-5 thanks to the single by Buck Snabs. And Bridges is behind of Hoffman here 2-0. Don't want to walk him, but also got to be careful with this 2-0 pitch. Middle infield looking for a double play. Kyle Finn playing behind Snabs on first. And the 2-0 pitch is upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes.
Really good take there by Hoffman. Hoffman sees the pitch a little up. He was tempted on the fastball that was right down the middle, but in a 2-0 count, if it's not perfect, wisely taking.
Now it's got to be ultra perfect, 3-0. Pitch from Bridges, taken the whole way, and that's a strike. Now the count is 3-1. Bridges now set to throw his 50th pitch of the game. He's worked 2 1/3 innings. Last 3 batters have reached all on singles. And now a walk to Tyler Hoffman, who's pumped up at the plate. He's on base for a 4th time, and the bases are loaded with 1 away, and a go-ahead run standing 90 feet away.
Big at-bat coming up for Will Calcaterra here. Calcaterra, a couple strikeouts on the day, a flyout back in the first. The first game at Hyde Stadium against the Sasquatch, Calcaterra with the multi-hit game, going 2 for 4, putting up a run and a walk as well.
So a big spot for the DH, Will Calcaterra. Bases loaded, 1 away, game tied at 5. First pitch from Bridges is a strike, 0-1. Head coach Justice Scott electing to stick with Cade Bridges. Andrew Argenziano's been throwing for what feels like 15-20 minutes out in the bullpen. Kyle Finn, toes on the grass at first, and this ball hits him. That's an RBI hit by pitch. Will Calcaterra and the Zap have the lead at 6-5.
Yeah, this team is fired up right now. I mean, this is a team that's looking for momentum. They've lost 11 in a row, getting a rally going here in the 8th inning, following a run across the board in the 7th, and it looks like this may possibly do it for Bridges. Bases remaining loaded with 1 out now.
Head coach Justice Scott will call to the bullpen. Bridges' day is done. Andrew Argenziano is coming in. The Zap now have a lead and threatening for more when we return.
Jet Rogers at Peak Family Chiropractic and Sports Performance. We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
It's the staff. The culture is unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Andrew Argenziano is the man out of the bullpen to replace Cade Bridges. Bridges will depart, leaving the bases loaded. All 3 runners are his responsibility, and Andrew Argenziano coming in a big spot, facing 8 and 9 in the order. You see the numbers from Argenziano, 5 innings pitched, a 7.2 ERA, 7 strikeouts in those 5 innings, but he's got to face Mike Bonham right here. Big at-bat with a guy who's been struggling at the plate all season long. 1 for 3 day at the plate for Bonham today, and Argenziano comes after him with a first pitch strike.
Tough situation to come into, bases loaded now in the top of the 8th, down a run. A really nice start for Argenziano to get the first pitch in there for a strike.
This one's lined past Bachman into right field. 1 run's going to score. Here comes a second run. Throw to the plate is up the line, not in time. Hoffman behind Snabs. 2 more runs come in to score. And the Zap extend the lead. It's 8-5.
Yeah, this is a dugout that is fired up right now. Now 4 runs across here in the top of the 8th inning. I mean, this is a team that showed sparks over the past couple of games. Now coming through, taking a 3-run lead against the Sasquatch.
So after the leadoff man, Aiden Johnson, in this half inning was retired, the Zap have now had 6 straight base runners reach. First off of Bridges and now off of Argenziano. It's an 8-5 ball game and still threatening for more. Argenziano loses that fastball. This one gets away from Green, and Calcaterra will easily score from third on the wild pitch. Another run in. It's 9-8. Moving to second is Monham.
Yeah, tough start here for Argenziano. I mean, not a bad couple pitches on Monham. You're trying to attack the 8-hitter. A great piece of hitting there out into right center field. That one's just well behind the back of Curiel. Calcaterra, good job reading that one, scoring easily from third. As now, very quickly, 5 runs across here in the top of the 8th inning. It's a 4-run ball game.
Zap trailed by a run entering this frame. Now they lead it 9-5. As the book is now closed on Cade Bridges. Those runs will all go against Bridges as line, and all things considered, a pretty good day for Cade Bridges, one of the best we've seen from Bridges this season, but just couldn't work his way through this 8th inning. Got the first out and then couldn't get any more after that. This one's grounded. Argenziano makes a great play and then nearly throws it away from Kyle Finn at first base. You probably heard on the broadcast a collective gasp from everybody here in the ballpark. Winds up a ground out, moving Monham to third, and it's out number 2.
Yeah, Kyle Finn using every inch of that 6'7" frame over at first. Argenziano, he looked a little hesitant on the throw. Sometimes it's the easiest ones for the pitchers that become the hardest when a ball is put in play. Kind of just lobbing that one, getting a little bit high on him. But regardless, now 2 outs with Monham on third.
And now the only guy who hasn't batted this half inning will come to the plate, Jackson Mix, the 9th man to hit for the Zap in the 8th. Fouls the first pitch off.
Both Angel Escobar and Lucas Creighton warming up in the bullpen for the Zap. We'll wait to see who is first out of the pen.
Zap with 9 runs on 11 hits and 2 errors. Sasquatch 5 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. 5 runs for the Oahe Zap in the top of the 8th inning, giving them a 9-5 lead. As Mix flies one in the air to center field. Going back on it is Wallett. He's still going back. This ball's carrying, and it's over his head. Jackson Mix rounding second. He's headed for third. Throw comes into short. Coleman will relay to third, not in time. It's an RBI triple for Jackson Mix, as that ball just looked like it kept carrying and carrying over the head of Wallett. 6 runs in the frame, and it's a 5-run ball game.
Yeah, hard hit ball by Jackson Mix. I think Wallett didn't realize at first how far it was going to go. A couple of not necessarily full sprint steps to start. He quickly realizes how far that ball is carrying. Jackson Mix speeding his way around the base paths. The second triple of the night for the Oahe Zap. Guevara, the RBI triple back in the first. Now 6 runs in the 8th.
And a first pitch missing to Aiden Johnson, who began the half inning with a fly out to right field. Trying to get in on the offense here in the top of the 8th inning. 1 ball, no strikes from Argenziano. Pitch is grounded to third. Tate can't field it cleanly, and that's going to allow Aiden Johnson to reach. Likely an error along the third base line from Ben Tate. And another run in for the Oahe Zap, make it 7 in the frame and make it an 11-5 ball game.
Yeah, like you said, will likely go down as an error. A tough play for Tate at third, who had to charge in, unable to field the ball. It would have been a throw across his body. Still awaiting an official scoring on that.
He's going to go down on an error.
But now the Zap pretty much breaking this game open with the 7 spot in the top of the 8th, as it's now a 6-run lead. Guevara coming to the plate.
Small lead off first from Johnson. Guevara. First pitch hits him. This has just not been the half inning the Sasquatch envisioned. Entering leading 5-4. Second hit by pitch of this inning issued by Sasquatch pitching. And now another opportunity for the Zap to score some more with runners on first and second. Still now 2 away and Vince Palizzi due up, but that's going to do it for Andrew Argenziano. Or will it? Head coach Justice Scott came out and made a motion, and now he's retreating back to the dugout.
Yeah, the Zap dugout making a lot of noise after that one caught Guevara in the backside. Likely trying to get in the head of Argenziano, who struggled as he came on for Bridges.
Chance Green goes out and talks with Argenziano. Sasquatch have an arm now loosening in the bullpen, but they're going to stick with Argenziano here. I don't think the arm is quite ready yet. Might be Elijah Bobo out there who just started throwing. First and second, 2 away. Vince Palizzi at the plate. Looks at ball 1. 12th man to come to the plate for the Zap in this half inning. Sent all 9 up. Johnson and Guevara both coming up for a second time, and now Palizzi as well. Second trip to the plate in this half inning. Earlier in the frame, he singled, would later come around to score 1 of 7 runs for the Zap here in the 8th. On the corner, a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, another example of just the outside corner has been a little bit bigger here tonight.
6 runs coming in off of Cade Bridges. The last 2 off of Argenziano. Here's the 1-2. In the air to right, that's going to get out of play above the Sasquatch bullpen. Keeps the count here at 1-2. Well, now you mentioned earlier that this was probably the best complete game the Zap had played to this point. Is it now the best they've played?
Most certainly. After 7 runs in the 8th, a big rally here, coming 5 hits, a walk, a couple hit by pitches. This has just been all around a complete game, like you said.
Another foul ball. This one will go into the bullpen. Keep it 1-2 here on Palizzi.
And I think the thing to emphasize for the Zap is it's been a bend but not break kind of day. Palacios did struggle a little bit, but gave up just 3 runs through 4 innings of work. Skinner ran into some troubles, but got out of the inning with just giving up 2 runs. It's been bend but not break on the mound, and the bats have come back in support.
Grounded to third. Tate, the throw to first, takes Finn off the bag, and it's not in time as Finn couldn't keep his foot on the base. The second error of the inning, both of them going against Ben Tate, and what looked like a chance to finish the half inning winds up as an error, and head coach Justice Scott will go out and ask for an explanation, but the throw certainly pulled Finn off the bag. The question would be whether he got back in time. That's what the umpires will talk about.
Yeah, it was bang, bang. Like you said, that's so hard to call. It did pull him off. It's hard to see where his back toe, when it got back to the bag, because that is certainly what this discussion is about. I would be shocked to see them overturn this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised. The home plate umpire doesn't have any better view of that play. He has no idea the distance on the backside of the bag, so they're going to stick with the call in the fields. It's an error against Ben Tate. It's the second of the frame. Third committed by the Sasquatch today. And now the bases are back loaded again after an error, a hit by pitch, and an error have loaded them up. Aiden Johnson off third, Guevara off second, Palizzi off of first. Snabs swings and misses on a fastball for strike 1. This is marathon top of the 8th inning. Argenziano thought he had probably the 3rd out of the inning there on that ground ball. Instead, he's got to work through Snabs. 0-1, that's a strike. 0-2.
Snab's now behind in the count. Going to be interesting to see his approach here with the bases loaded. Don't think he liked that last call, but expect to see him shortening up on the bat here.
Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Snabs is down on strikes. That finally ends the inning. The Zap bring home 7 runs in the top of the 8th inning. They'll carry an 11-5 lead when we return.
Health, orthopedics, and sports medicine is here when you need us. On the gridiron or the grill. For touchdown dancers. In the home team. For the extreme or the everyday. Feeling the burn or feeling the love. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine for everyday athletes like you. Watch out, she's still going.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
And sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be. On the sidelines to support our local athletes. At our clinic locations throughout the region. And at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us. Working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever. Getting stronger. Getting better. Getting you back to your best self. Monument Health, Orthopedics, and Sports Medicine. Here for whatever moves you.
Two scoreless innings for Julius Cass, who's in position to get the win for the Oahe Zap if they can hold on to win this ballgame. New arm out of the bullpen is number 94, Lucas Crichton, who will face 9-1-2 in the order.
Creighton, now his second start back after injury. On the season, he's gone 6 2/3 innings, giving up just 9 hits, 9 runs, but only 5 of those earned. ERA of 6.75. In his most recent start against the Sasquatch, he went 1 1/3, giving up just 1 hit and no runs.
Wallette was late on the fastball there. Strike 1 on the foul ball. Wallette is 0 for 3 today, a strikeout looking and a pair of flyouts to center. The Zap will look to try to lock down this win and snap an 11-game losing streak. Just 3-19 on the season, looking for that elusive win number 4. Sasquatch entered today 11-9, hoping to stay with single-digit losses. As it stands right now, 6 outs offensively to go, and certainly looking to start off this inning with a base runner. Wallette, the 9-hole hitter, hoping to turn the lineup over for the big bats at the top.
Creighton losing that pitch just a bit outside, but a good job coming into this ballgame, attacking the 9-hitter in Wallette, getting out ahead 0-2.
Creighton will step off, and Guevara will go out and talk things over.
Not sure where they're looking. They perhaps trying to shield some signs from Wallette. That could be what they're working on.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes here on Wallette. Lucas Crichton trying to work through this 8th inning. 1-2. That one misses outside. Now an even count. As the Zap dugout was hoping for strike three, the Sasquatch fans reminding them pitch was outside. That one's also outside, and now a full count.
Creighton continuing to attack the outside portion of the plate, likely with guidance from Guevara, who's seen a big zone so far tonight. Creighton just a bit too far off the outside edge, hasn't got the call.
Tried to go back to it, was a little closer that time, and Wallette fouls it away. Stay alive here, full count. Every at-bat so important now, trailing by 6 runs. We've seen the Sasquatch offense plenty of times come back from large deficits, of course. Harder to do with just 2 innings to work with, but far from over, as Wallette will stay alive again with another foul ball.
Yeah, looks like Guevara was setting up outside again. That's now 4 fastballs they've been looking away. Do you try and work an off-speed pitch now in on Wallette? Do you try and go inside? High heat, a little bit risky in a 3-2 count, but you could look for the swing and miss. We'll see what Guevara and Creighton come up with here.
Wallette has not reached base today. One of only 2 hitters who have yet to reach base. Trying to get on base here to begin the 8th inning against Creighton. Full count once again. The pitch is in the air to right field. Going to be a tough play for Polizzi and Monum, and that ball's going to drop inside the line and fair. Going over to the corner to play it is Mike Monum, and that'll be a stand-up double for Micah Wallette to begin the offense in the bottom of the 8th inning. Fans come out for Ladies' Night here at the ballpark. As we mentioned, we've got a promotion every day of the season, and June 27th we'll be celebrating all of the amazing ladies behind the scenes, helping out all of the great players, host family moms, and surely bringing out some amazing promotions for that. So come out to the ballpark when the Sasquatch take on the Plainsmen on June 27th with first pitch at 6:05. Big double there for Micah Wallette to begin the Sasquatch offense in the home half of the 8th. He's on base for the first time and turns the lineup over for Ryan Bachman in the top of the order. First pitch, this one on the outside corner just off the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, Wallette doing a good job in the 2-strike count, just reaching out, getting his bat on the ball finding a gap out in shallow right field and then spinning over into foul territory, which allowed Wallette to scamper into second.
1-0. This one is in there for a strike. Ryan Bachman tilts his head back as pitch was meant to be outside, ended up inside, but still called a strike. And now an even count here on the second baseman. Bachman 1 for 4 today, so his hit streak and his on-base streak has continued. As Ryan Bachman has now reached safely in every game this season and hit safely in 15 of 19. Looking for another base hit here or just any way to get on base. Keep the lineup moving, trailing by 6 runs. Just trying to keep the lineup going. Do anything you can to avoid making an out. Count is 2-1 on Bachman. Creighton's pitch is in there for a strike, and now an even count.
A lot of groans coming from the crowd on that one. It does look like it was on the knees of Bachman on the outside corner, perhaps a little bit low.
Ryan Bachman calls time here ahead of this 2-2. Wallette standing off of second. That run not much of a factor right now. Zap aren't worried about him. 2-2 pitch. This one misses. Full count coming here to Bachman. 2 long at-bats have made Creighton work since entering the ballgame here in the 8th inning. Zap still with the righty loosening in the bullpen.
That righty is Angel Escobar down there. Escobar still an ERA of under 1 on the season.
Bachman jammed in on the hands. He pops one up along the first base side, and it's an easy play for the first baseman, Polizzi. Pop out is out number 1.
Off the top of my head, I would say his ERA is sitting at .51, although don't quote me on that. We'll get you the exact numbers if Escobar comes into the ball game.
So after the pop out, that brings up Kyle Finn. Finn is 1 of 4 today at the plate. He singled in the 4th inning. Fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. 3 outs in his other 3 plate appearances. And Finn looks at strike 1 on the outer part of the plate.
You know, Ari, I was way off. His ERA is .52.
Ah, there you go. Can't remember that that 100th decimal point. 0-2 from Creighton, or 0-1 I should say. Now it's 0-2 after a foul ball from Finn. Start counting outs right now if you're the Zap and the Sasquatch. 5 outs to go and 6 runs needed. We've got the top of the order at the plate. Just 2-hole hitter Kyle Finn, so these are the guys you want up at the dish to try to generate a rally, but going to be a long road from here. Creighton, his 0-2, is yanked. That's going to get behind Finn into the backstop. Advancing to third is Wallett on the wild pitch.
Well, apart from that pitch behind Finn, Creighton has done exactly what you want to see if you're the Zap in a 6-run lead. He has attacked the zone on hitters, hasn't given up a walk. It was a good at-bat by Micah Wallett to get his bat on the ball. Now working well here against Kyle Finn in a 1-2 count.
Zap, of course, keeping the infield back, more than happy to trade an out for a run as Finn fouls it off the screen along the Sasquatch dugout to stay alive.
I think that's one where players are happy they have the protective netting. That ball had a lot of steam off the bat of Finn.
Yeah, absolutely. That one was probably headed for some fans over right behind the dugout. Another conversation between Guevara and Creighton is getting back on the same page here ahead of this 1-2.
Yeah, I still think that they're continuing to communicate about signs, deliberately turning away from Kyle Finn.
Wallett off of third. Count 1-2 on Kyle Finn. With 1 away in the 8th, Finn chops one on the ground to third. Wallett will come in to score, and it's bobbled at third. No play at first. An error by Aiden Johnson at third base will allow Michael Wallett to score, and it will keep the lineup moving here with just 1 away for the Sasquatch. It's now an 11-6 ball game.
Yeah, that's one thing the Zap are working to prevent. Now the 3rd error of the game, that tentatively, of course, still the play on snabs to be determined. But the Zap coming into this game, 45 errors on the season. That's been a real struggle for them.
So the error brings home a run. Patrick Rakes now to the dish, and he takes ball 1. Rakes, the 3-hole hitter, is 2 for 4 today. A pair of singles and a pair of strikeouts for the big left fielder. Lefty on lefty matchup between Rakes and Creighton here in the home half of the 8th. And he lines one up the middle. That's a base hit. 3rd hit of the game for Patrick Rakes. Sasquatch threatening to come back here in the 8th inning. 2 runners on, just 1 away, and Javier Marcial will come up.
And now you wonder when Angel Escobar is going to be ready to come into the game. He's been warming in the pen for quite a while. He has been the shutdown man for the Zap so far this season. Now a 5-run ball game with runners on first and second, so you just wonder where the leash is on Lucas Creighton right now.
Well, I talked about for the Sasquatch, I mean, you just got to try to keep the lineup moving, do anything you can to avoid making an out, try to pass the baton to the next guy. You got to know that your run at the plate or your batter really is not the run that matters. Javier Marcial is not the run that matters. It's the guys following him. He's got to find a way to just keep this going. Marcial's had another good day at the plate and takes ball 1. RBI triple in the 3rd inning. Reached on an error in the 5th inning. Came around to score a run in both of those times. Retired his other 2 trips, so he's 1 for 4. Reaching base in 2 of 4 trips. 1 ball, no strikes. Big swing and a miss, and he comes up empty on a well-located fastball to even the count.
You know, I'm not sure he got your message of trying to keep the line moving for the Sasquatch. He was looking to cut this to a 2-run ball game on that swing. Big swing and a miss.
He certainly has the ability to. 1 home run this season. He hit it against Fremont. And it came in a big moment. This one hits Marcial right on the elbow. That will keep the lineup moving. It's exactly what the Sasquatch are looking for. They've loaded the bases here with one away. Jordan Bowman is due up to the dish, and now the Sasquatch have an opportunity to really come back in this ball game. Only a 5-run game, and the tying run is waiting on deck as they're going to talk about, first of all, whether that ball did indeed hit the elbow, which it did on Javier Marcial, and they're going to leave Creighton in the game for now, it seems. Yes, they will.
That's really impressive awareness by Marcial at the plate. A lot of times you see guys back off the fastball as they see it coming in. Marcial saw it, stood right where he was, took it in off the wrist to load the bases.
His pitch is wild. That gets away. Run's going to come in to score on a wild pitch. Kyle Finn will come in. Everybody's advancing 90 feet. Patrick Rakes goes to third. Marcial to second. And the wild pitch has now brought home the 7th run of the game for the Sasquatch. It's 11-7. You got to think maybe this is the last batter here if you're the Zap.
I believe that is the situation. Escobar's slowed down up in the bullpen, which a lot of times means you're ready as a pitcher. Now Garrett Bergman heading down to the pen.
Bowman on the ground to third. Johnson looks back the runner and throws across the diamond to retire Bowman. That's the second out of the inning, and the runners stay put.
You know, it looks like a simple play for Johnson at third, but after already having an error this inning, a wild pitch, a couple runs in, just a huge play to settle in and get the second out of the inning.
Now here's Micah Coleman. What a day it's been at the plate for Micah Coleman. They're going to stick with Creighton here. Was not the last batter. Looking for Creighton to finish off this inning. Coleman takes strike one. Coleman's been great in each of his plate appearances today. A pair of doubles, a pair of RBI doubles. He's brought home 2 runs. Also drew a walk in the 7th and worked a long at-bat that resulted in a ground out in the 2nd. Evens the count on a pitch down low. 1 ball, 1 strike here on the shortstop. The Zap put up 7 runs in the top of the 8th inning. Sasquatch led it 5-4. Zap turned this game upside down to take an 11-5 lead. Sasquatch have brought home 2. Threatening for more. The tying run remaining on deck. Micah Coleman trying to pull within a few. Base hit here would likely score 2. Patrick Rakes standing on third. Javier Marcial standing on second. 11-7 Zap lead. The pitch. Coleman loops one foul. Now an even count.
Well, there's been no shortage of offense so far this game. 23 hits between both teams. Actually, it's been the Sasquatch out-hitting the Zap. They have 12 hits, the Zap just 11. But those aren't the numbers that matters. The numbers that matter, 11-7 Zap right now.
Creighton 1 pitch away from getting out of it. Here's his pitch. Coleman loops one into right field. Going back is Monham. Now he comes in and falls to a knee to make the catch on the flyout. Micah Coleman is retired. 2 runners left stranded. Sasquatch get back within 4 as they bring home 2 in the 8th inning. We're headed to the 9th, 11-7 Zap.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind.
Hey, nice strike.
Yeah, it blows my mind.
Elijah Bobo into the ball game for the Sasquatch as he'll try to get the final 3 outs defensively for the Sasquatch and keep this game where it's at. 4-run lead for Oahe and try to give the Sasquatch offense a chance to walk things off. So Elijah Bobo will take a look at what he's done so far this season. He's been one of the more reliable guys out of the back end of the bullpen for the Sasquatch, pitching in a less high leverage situation here. You saw the numbers, sub-1 ERA and 9 2/3 innings pitched. Locked down a save and 13 strikeouts as well, over a strikeout per inning. It's definitely been one of their best arms. Looking for 3 outs, trying to do so cleanly against the bottom part of the order. It's Tyler Hoffman, Will Calcaterra, and Mike Monum due up in the 9th. What a day it's been for Tyler Hoffman. 3 singles and a walk, scored 2 runs and driven in 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Nice pitch there from Bobo. Fastest pitcher the Zap have seen yet to this point. Fastball outside corner on the knees of Hoffman. That's a tough pitch to hit.
Two. This one's in the dirt. Full count.
Looked like Bobo might have been winding up for a little bit more behind that pitch. And sometimes when that happens, you'll perhaps overthrow it. A little bit of a late release is what we saw there as it was down in the dirt.
3-2 misses outside, so Tyler Hoffman is aboard for a 5th time today. Leadoff walk, he has not been retired, and that's how the top of the 9th begins.
You know, Hoffman and Monum might be battling for Zap MVP accolades. Monum, a couple of clutch hits back in the 7th and 8th innings. Total of 3 RBIs on the day, but Tyler Hoffman's reached in all 5 plate appearances.
Hard to do any better than that. This pitch is inside, ball 1 to Will Calcaterra.
You know, if it's Monum, Hoffman might come over and say, well, what else do you want from me?
Ball no strikes on Calcaterra, who was 0 for 3 before an RBI hit by pitch in the 8th inning. Swing and a miss evens the count, so Calcaterra is officially 0 for 3, but productive at-bat in the 8th inning, an RBI, and came around to score a run in that 7-run 8th inning. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Yeah, Calcaterra looks like he's just not timing up this fastball from Bobo yet. Starting pitcher was topping out around 82 miles an hour. Big difference here with Bobo.
That one's on the outside corner. Strike 3 as Calcaterra's retired. Down on strikes for a 3rd time today, this time looking for out number 1. The outside corner has been, if I was a pitcher, that's where I'd be living today. That's the spot to throw a tough pitch to hit there from Bobo, and a beautifully located pitch, maybe just off the edge, but we've seen a lot of pitches just off the edge that seem to have been called strikes today.
But let's be fair to our home plate umpire. The zone has been consistent.
It has.
It has been a little bit big, but it's been pretty consistent throughout the evening.
And ultimately, that's all you're hoping for as a pitcher, and especially as a hitter, is you want to know the strike zone staying put at least in one spot. Counts even here, 1 ball, 1 strike on Mike Monum as Chance Green go out to talk with Elijah Bobo briefly. Monum, like you mentioned, had a quiet start to the game. He was 0 for 2, but a couple big hits, an RBI single in the 7th inning, made it a 5-4 ball game at that point in time. And then an RBI single in the 8th inning that came with the bases loaded, the first batter that Andrew Argenziano faced in relief of Cade Bridges. Just a single into right field for Monum. Gave the Zap the lead. Runner goes. Pitch is outside. Throw down to second is not in time. It's a stolen base for Tyler Hoffman, who now has 2 stolen bases on the day, 2 and 3 trips.
Yeah, Hoffman, who didn't have a single bag swiped on the season, he's been aggressive all day today. 3 attempts. Now 2 for 4 in total on the year.
Now another runner in scoring position for the Zap. We're looking to tack on some more in the 9th. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch from Bobo. Check swing. Gets away from Green. Hoffman will advance to third.
Still waiting to see if Monum went around on that one. Home plate umpire hasn't made a signal.
Green.
So if he doesn't signal, count will go 3-1.
And Green, I think, wants an appeal. No swing, says the second base umpire. So now it is a 3-ball, 1-strike count on Monum, the 9-hole hitter, Emiliano Curiel, waiting on deck.
I think I've said it a couple times tonight. 1 out, runner on third. Got to put the ball in play if you're Monum here.
Swings and misses to make it a full count. The Sasquatch bringing the infield in. Can't afford to let any more runs score. Already trailing by 4. Trying to keep it there. The whole infield comes in. Toes on the grass. Head of this full count pitch, which is in the dirt, and Green blocks it off the mask. Second walk issued by Elijah Bobo. Well blocked behind the plate by Green keeps Hoffman put at third, but now runners on the corners and still just 1 away.
And I know that pitch is down in the dirt. It's still a good take by Monum. In a 3-2 count with a runner on, you're looking to swing there. Seeing it low, letting it go, takes his free pass.
9-hole hitter Emiliano Curiel, who's hitless today. A walk in the 2nd inning, retired his other 3 trips, 0 for 3. Shows bunt and bunts it along the first base line. The run's going to score, and Green can't pick up the ball cleanly with the bare hand. That'll probably be an error. E2 on Chance Green, allowing Hoffman to score, and it's now 12-7.
Beautifully placed bunt down the line from Emiliano Curiel. Wasn't necessarily worried about making it to first safely. More of a suicide squeeze attempt. But as you said, we'll wait to see what the official scoring is on that one. Emiliano Curiel, a lot of speed down the line. There's no guarantee the play would have been made had it been fielded.
That's probably why it's going to be ruled a single there. So play Chance Green probably could have made, but unable to field it cleanly, resulting in a single, an RBI for Emiliano Curiel. And now a 12-7 Oahe Zap lead. Runners on first and second. Now the top of the order, Jackson Mix. This ball spiked off the mask again of Chance Green. Both runners are going to advance 90 feet now. Monum will go to third. Curiel to second on the wild pitch.
And you could be thinking, is this another situation you want to lay down a bunt? Second and third, 1 out. 12-7 lead, just looking for each and every insurance run of the utmost importance.
See who pitches the 9th inning as well for Oahe, as you had Escobar, your high leverage guy, probably getting ready in case they needed him. Maybe they won't need him if Mix in the top of the order here can extend this lead. The Sasquatch again bringing the infield in, now 2-1.
Yeah, not a bad idea. If you can save Escobar for games 2 or 3, he'll still be fresh to go in Casper, just saving him for more high leverage moments, like you said. Not a bad idea.
Mix in the air to center field. This might be deep enough to bring home the run. Should be plenty deep as Wallette goes back and makes the catch. Both runners will try to advance, and both will successfully. Sacrifice fly brings home Monum. Jackson Mix brings home another run, and it's now 13-7.
Yeah, Mix recognizing the situation there, trying to put a ball in play. Got a little bit under it, but plenty deep enough to score the speedy Monum from third.
Brings home Aiden Johnson here with 2 away. 2 runs in this half inning. Bobo will go back to his windup with a runner on third and 2 away. And nobody else on the base paths. Emiliano Curiel, the lone base runner, he's at third as first pitch misses to Aiden Johnson. Fouled away, ball and a strike.
Yeah, so the Sasquatch putting up 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Zap answering with 2 of their own. Creighton walking down the left field line, perhaps getting loose in preparation of going back out there as he's had a long time to wait.
This one's on the ground to short. It goes off the glove of Coleman, who now adjusts and throws to first. Kyle Finn is pulled off the bag, and he can't come back down in time. An error on Micah Coleman will allow this ninth inning to continue. Emiliano Curiel comes home to score, and the Zap have doubled up the Sasquatch. It's 14-7.
Yeah, Coleman's struggles continue tonight. That's his third error of the game, allowing a run to score. It looks like he was still going to have a chance with the throw after initially bobbling the play on the ground ball, but pulling even the 6'7" Kyle Finn couldn't stay on the bag as he went up to catch that one. And Emiliano Curiel reaching first before he could come back down.
Now it's Leandro Guevara with 2 away. 3 runs in the half inning, only 2 of them earned as Bobo loses this ball to the backstop. That's going to allow Johnson to go to second. And I mean, at this point, you don't want to speculate what's going on inside of anybody's heads, but I mean, it's tough for Bobo to keep his head in it right now.
Yeah,
and this in a big blowout game. You got what looked like out number 3. Now you got to face this guy with 2 away, but it's tough to focus on the batter here with the score and the situation. What it is, 1-0 pitch is on the inner part of the plate, count even.
And this is a Zap dugout that has been loud ever since the 7th inning when they scored 1 run on the RBI single. That can affect a pitcher, especially the righty who looks into the Oahe Zap dugout.
1-1 is fouled away. Guevara, another good day at the plate. This is his 6th time up today. Single and a triple. His 2 hits, also was hit by a pitch in the 9th inning. Actually, that was his 2nd at-bat in the 8th inning, so take that back. Reached base in both of his at-bats in the 8th. Count is 2-2 on Guevara.
It can be difficult to score a ball game when a team hits through the order.
Yeah, when it's just 10 guys, usually you can keep it in store, but I think they sent 13 guys to the plate in that half inning. 2-2. This one's popped up, headed right towards our booth. Let's see where it lands. Right in front of us. Oh, almost an opportunity to get a foul ball there as our video production intern, Stephen Hogenkamp, knocks over his water bottle, probably audible on our broadcast, as was the foul ball. It's funny, we don't have a stick mic today because we've got 2 headsets here, but man, are the foul balls audible here at the ballpark. When it hits the bleachers, you can hear it land.
I was worried for your equipment out in front of us.
This one's through the left side. That's a base hit off the bat of Guevara. They're going to hold Johnson at third. No reason to risk making the 3rd out of the inning at the home plate. So Guevara keeps this lineup moving here in the 9th inning. Already 3 runs in, another single off the bat of Guevara. 1st and 3rd with 2 away.
And now some action up in the Sasquatch bullpen. That'll likely be if Bobo struggles for another couple of hitters.
Vince Palizzi now comes to the plate. Runners on the corners, 2 away. Bobo's first pitch is cut on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Tale of 2 different games almost. The first 6 innings went by quickly. Seemed like we were going to be locked in a game where 1 big hit would be the difference. And then we've now got 12 combined runs over the last 2 innings. 9 combined runs in the 8th inning. 7 for the Zap, 2 for Spearfish, and now another 3 more in the 9th inning. As it's been all offense, especially on the Zap side of things. As of late, there's a strikeout looking, and that will end the 9th inning as Palizzi goes down on strikes. Sasquatch offense will need 7 runs to come back and tie it in the 9th. See if they can mount a rally when we return.
So surprising. So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
New games every month at the Lodge. We are constantly updating our gaming floor with the latest fun games to keep our guests entertained with new games every month. For the freshest selection of slot machines in town, make the Lodge at Deadwood your gaming destination. The locals' choice for gaming excitement with the newest games is the Lodge at Deadwood Gaming Resort.
In sports medicine is everywhere you need us to be, on the sidelines to support our local athletes, at our clinic locations throughout the region, and at our Ortho Express walk-in clinic when you don't have time to make an appointment. We're here when you need us, working as a team to make your comeback stronger than ever, getting stronger, getting better, getting you back to your best self. Monument Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, here for whatever moves you.
So Angel Escobar will get the bottom of the ninth inning as he will face the bottom third of the order, Ben Tate, Chance Green, and Micah Wallett, 7, 8, and 9. And Escobar will try to lock down this victory for the Zap and finally snap this 11-game losing streak.
Yeah, Ari, even as a commentator, it's been a long time coming. This is it's been a tough stretch for the Oahe Zap. It's been a good showing here tonight.
So Ben Tate, who's 0 for 4 today, leads off the 7th, and he takes upstairs for ball 1. I mean, you have to imagine 11-game losing streak. I mean, you're around it, so you've seen it in person, but it's just got to be tough, especially with that 26-0 game in the middle of there. Tough to come to the ballpark with positive energy. How have the guys been over this stretch and in trying to handle that?
You know, it's really interesting. You've had a couple of close calls. You had a game against the Casper Spuds that went to 11 innings. The next game was the 26-0 ball game. Just a night ago, the Sasquatch coming to Hyde Stadium, they get out to a quick 7-0 lead. The Zap 5 runs in the 8th. They've had energy and they've had moments throughout these games. It hasn't been a team that's been down for the past 2 weeks. They just haven't been able to close a game out.
Ben Tate fouls it away, 2-2. 14 runs for the Zap today, coming on 14 hits.
As mentioned, Escobar now on in the 9th inning, who's given up just 1 earned runs in 17 1/3 innings of work this season.
Looked like he fell off the mound on that pitch. Maybe lost a foot on the plant there. Count goes full here, 3-2. Dylan Darnall is on deck. He'll presumably pinch hit for Chance Green. Full count on Tate. Popped up, right side. The second baseman, Mix, will make the catch. Out number 1.
Yeah, Escobar not messing around. A 7-run ball game, 3-2 pitch, fastball right down the stripe. Just unable to do anything with it, popping it up over to second.
So it is Dylan Darnell who will come in to pinch hit. Darnell goes after the first one and fouls it away. Chance Green, a pretty solid day, both behind the plate and in the batter's box. He finished with a sac fly, a walk, reached on an error, and also a fly out on the day. Threw a couple runners out as well on the bases. Gives way to Dylan Darnell, who's had a pretty good season, has been much better as of late. Grounds one to third. Johnson, throw across the diamond. That's not in time. Couldn't be dug out by Palizzi. That's probably going to go down as a hit, I'd imagine, as that was a tough play for Johnson to even get the glove to. on third.
Oh, that would have been a heck of a play by Johnson. Johnson just getting his glove on it. He didn't glove it cleanly. The ball pops up. He finds it with the bare hands. The throw just a little bit low to Polizzi at first, who couldn't dig it out. I mean, that would have been a highlight reel type play for Aiden Johnson.
They're going to call that an error. It's a tough error for Aiden Johnson there at third base.
Yeah, I can't say I agree with that one. That is an extremely difficult play for the third baseman.
Check swing, Micah Wallett goes around, and it's strike one. 9-hole hitter Micah Wallett, who doubled his last time up in the 8th inning. 1 for 4 out of the 9-hole. Oh, one just misses. Now a ball and a strike.
As Zap dugout still sitting on every pitch here in the bottom of the 9th. They wanted that call, thought it was on the inside corner. But it did appear as if it just missed inside.
Sasquatch down to their final 2 outs here in the 9th. This one sails way up and in. Now 2-1 on Wallett. Ryan Bachman, the leadoff hitter, is waiting on deck. It's the Zapper. 2 outs away from snapping an 11-game losing streak and improving to 4-19 on the season, while the Sasquatch are trying to mount a miraculous comeback. If not, they would fall to 11-10.
You see the curveball dropping in on the inside corner there now, 2-2. Escobar really a couple of put-away pitches. He could go the fastball, could go back to the curve or the slider.
Goes with a curveball there, and he gets Wallett swinging. It looked like a curveball at least. Maybe was the slider, and it's out number 2 either way on the strikeout. Back to the top of the order. Sasquatch down to their final out. Ryan Bachman. Last hope for the Sasquatch in this one. Stick around after this game is over for the GP Local post-game show as I'll recap today's action. Look ahead to the next 2 between these 2 teams. It's the middle game of 5 in a row. These 2 teams will face off against each other. Sasquatch took the 2-game sweep in Oahe over the past 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. And then these 2 teams will be back in action Thursday and Friday. You can catch those games, of course, right here on YouTube at 6:05 p.m. Ball and a strike to Ryan Bachman. Bachman 1 for 5 today. On-base streak continues for the man who's been doing it all for the Sasquatch in year number 4. 1-1, breaking ball just misses inside. Now 2-1. Escobar unhappy.
Yeah, so Bachman tomorrow with an opportunity to extend his hitting streak to double digits. Today pushing to 9. A hit tomorrow would extend it to 10. Some high-level math right there.
2-1. Grounded. Off the glove of Johnson at third. This one will be a single, I assume. Possible to rule that an error. And the Sasquatch have 2 runners on to keep this game alive.
Yeah, even if Johnson fields that cleanly, no chance to get Bachman down the first base line. Just a good job to keep it in front of him, not letting it go down into left field where it likely would have gone for extra bases.
So Bachman with his 2nd hit of the game. 2 for 6 day at the plate for Ryan Bachman, and that brings up Kyle Finn. Zap still just 1 out away. And Finn looks at strike 1.
The one thing this might do, however, Angel Escobar might not be available to come out of the pen tomorrow, as he's having to work a little harder than he might like through the bottom of the 9th inning.
Approaching 20 pitches. His 0-1 is ripped into left field. That's going to get down and fair inside the line. Tate, or Darnell, I should say, will score. Ryan Bachman will be held at third. RBI single for Kyle Finn keeps the game alive and pulls the Sasquatch 1 run closer. It's now 14-8.
So Escobar will have to battle against yet another hitter. That'll be Patrick Rakes.
Now batting for the Sasquatch, number 16, left fielder, Patrick
Rakes a couple of hits on the day.
So down to their final out, they get 2 hits, a single from Bachman, now a double from Kyle Finn. As Patrick Rakes fouls the first pitch back. Rakes another good day at the dish, 3-hit effort. Sasquatch down by 6, looking to pull off what would be a incredible, miraculous comeback here in the 9th inning. Trailing by 7, now it's only 6. This one's down low. Ball and a strike to Rakes.
Snap shading up the middle behind Kyle Finn right now. Not sure if that's to hold on the runner, more likely just shifting over Patrick Rakes. Jackson Mix playing further right than you might normally see.
This one's just off the outside edge, now 2-1.
But a big hole between Snabs and Mix between second and short. Up the middle / cat through the right side of the infield.
Escobar's 2-1, that catches the bottom part of the zone. The Sasquatch are down to their final strike. 14-8 the score, Zap in the lead. Sasquatch second and third with 2 away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Escobar to Rakes. Lined, that's through the left side, a base hit. Ryan Bachman will score. Kyle Finn right behind him. 2 more runs in for the Sasquatch, and Patrick Rakes, a third straight 2-out hit. It's made it a 14-10 ball game.
Well, this is, if you're the Oahe Zap, now you're thankful you got your 3 insurance runs back in the top of the 9th inning. Those proving ever more important here. Now just a 4-run ball game.
Keeps the lineup moving for Javier Marcial. Marcial's another good day at the plate. (14-10) now the score. Marcial looks at strike 1.
Yeah, Escobar doesn't look flustered on the mound. He knows he's still got a 4-run lead with the runner on first.
Still just 1 out away. Marcial will look at ball 1. Well, even if the Sasquatch can't pull off this comeback, it's still an encouraging sign. Looked like maybe for a second the defense and the pitching was starting to lose their head in this ball game, and maybe a couple errors in the 9th inning, but the offense certainly has been continuing to swing the bat. This one should do it. Ground ball to second. The throw to short is in time, and that is the ball game. The Zap hold on to win it. 14-10 is the final. The streak is over. After 11 losses in a row, the Oahe Zap win this one, and we talked about earlier, the Zap had struggled to play complete ball games. Of course, giving up 10 runs and 5 over the last 2 innings maybe loses that a little bit, but all things considered, this was a pretty complete ball game for the Zap.
Yeah, the Zap doing well on the mound. Nathan Palacios, 4 innings of work, giving up 3 runs over the middle 2 innings, second and third. But that big 7 spot in the 8th inning with just big key hits all around. Mike Monum, a huge performance tonight, 3 RBIs, hit in the 7th to cut the deficit to 1, tacked on 2 more runs in the 8th. That would extend the lead to 3. And, you know, bend but not break. That was the theme of the night tonight for the Zap, even in the 8th and 9th innings. The Sasquatch getting some hits across the board there. Angel Escobar stays composed, gets through the 9th inning. And so just game 1 of 3 here in Spearfish. Got 2 more nights to go.
So the Zap improved to 4-19. The Sasquatch fall to 11-10. The final score today, the Oahe Zap 14, the Sasquatch with 10. Well, Evan, thanks so much for joining me on the broadcast. I'll be excited to have you on tomorrow and for the rest of this series.
Well, yeah, it's been fun, so I will say goodbye for now, but thank you very much for having me, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, Evan won't join us for the GP Local postgame show, but that is coming up in just a few. Stick around. Welcome to the GP Local postgame show. I'm Ari Wall. So glad you could join us. Well, 14-10 the final as the Oahe Zap break the 11-game losing streak and do so in big fashion, putting up 14 runs, able to beat the Spearfish Sasquatch here tonight and come away with their first win in a long time. The Zap just get their 4th win of the season. It's been a tough road thus far for Oahe, but certainly maybe an encouraging sign as this is just approaching the first half of, or the end of the first half of the season, I should say, as we get ready for the second half coming up next week. But this is the middle game of a 5-game series. The Sasquatch were able to win the first 2 games on the road in Oahe, and today it was really just the back end of the bullpen. Cade Bridges pitched pretty well through 2 innings, struggled a bit in that 8th inning, and then Andrew Argenciano couldn't get the job done and limit the damage. And you look at where this game ended up. I mean, 10 runs for the Sasquatch. They put up 5 runs over the final 2 innings. If the back end of the bullpen limits the damage a little bit better, then maybe the Sasquatch are able to push this game into extras or come away with a win in 9 innings. But either way, the Zap are able to get the job done. 14-10 is the final. Well, for everybody here behind the scenes at Black Hills Energy Stadium, for Eric Schmidt, our owner, for Stephen Hogenkamp, our video production intern, for Evan Epstein, who joined us for most of this broadcast, and for Aiden Torpy as well, who joined us for a half inning. I'm Ari Wall. So glad you could join us here for this game. Happy Juneteenth. And the Zap come away with the win, 14-10.